Right. So I'm back on live now. All right, so we are live right now. TLC is looking at y'all. So if y'all have any things to say like venting, any issues, feel free while we're in the class, okay? Because they want to listen and try to improve certain situations, what they could improve. That's why we're having this class live. So we understand so far. All right.
Sir,
Please.
Yes, how you doing?
they should improve the GPS.
All right, so they're hearing me. But you gotta speak up though.
They need to improve the GPS,
All right. No problem. The GPS needs to improve.
the navigation.
Okay, in the 5 hours, right? Okay. All right. Office of Administration Trials and Hearings. Anybody went through that experience already? Oh, they had to pay something. Nobody?
Yeah, fine.
All right. So this is how the website looks for those who don't know. This is the website. If you have any issues or any fines or whatever. Hearing by the phone, hearing by mail, hearing frequent asked questions if you have any questions. Hearing division decisions, appeal decisions, if you need forms, miss your hearing, this is the website. Okay guys, you can write it down, feel free. If you need a pen, let me know. When you also, once you get the fine and you have to put in a violation code, for those who don't know, is at the bottom, okay? You put your violation code right here, it will be under the fine, and then you press submit, and then from there is the next step. So far, so good?
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, you can ask me a question.
In case you put the number there and it doesn't show up,
Oh, you probably got a call. You got a call. If it don't show up, you got a call. Let me get the number. One second, huh? All right, let's say you miss because you put you put a code in and nothing pull up. All right, so this is the number. You ready?
yes, please.
917 451 8829. Explain to them and let them know that you put it in the code and it's not showing for some reason, and then they could go deeper into the violation. Okay. Alright, so far so good. No questions? Everybody good so far? You understand this right here, understand this right here. Because once you leave here after 3 years, all right. Moving along. NYC Web is a free service that connects residents in New York City to free, confidential mental health support. So if anybody going through depression, you know a driver going through depression, anything, we have a website for mental health if you need counseling. Okay? You can speak to a counselor via phone, text, or chat and get access to mental health and substance use services. They have 200 languages, 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Okay, so don't feel no type of way. For people are going through a lot of depression right now. All right, open data list. Next one. The open data list is updated daily between 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. TLC licensees can check their license status on open data list, and this is how it looks. All right, so this is how if you need to check anything, if you're the FHB, this is how it looks. And it gives you the breakdown and the table review. Okay, of the vehicle, the name of the driver, the license, expiration date, and more. Okay, that's an open data list. So, all right, moving on. Uniform Service Bureau, USB. The Enforcement Division of the Uniform Service Bureau is the law enforcement arm and is made up of NYC Special Patrolmen. The enforcement division is to maintain public safety by deterring illegal operations of unlicensed vehicles and ensuring compliance of all TLC rules and regulations. Vehicle traffic laws and administrative codes and NYC rules and regulations within its regulated industries. So those are the stuff that the TLC patrol officer guys do. Vehicle inspection report or notice of violation. New, renew, and transfer for hired vehicles are required to be inspected in a TLC inspection facility. Notice of violation usually details condition on the vehicle that needs to be corrected. Drivers have 10 business days to return to TLC and these conditions corrected and receive a receipt to avoid a summons. So 10 business days, LAWS is the website to pay the inspection fees. Moving along, TLC rules. Rules comprise in several chapters and can be found on the TLC website and are updated from time to time. For hired vehicles, FHVs, this refers to vehicle types that provide prearranged transportation throughout New York City and adjacent counties. Access a ride, AAR, paratransit service provides public transportation for eligible customers with disability or health condition that prevent them from using the public buses and subways for some or all of their trips. AR operates 24/7, 365 days a year.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Are we still on the book?
Yes, sir. Page 7.
Page 7.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No problem. TLC External Affairs, EA. This team ensures licensees are up to date on the new projects and initiatives that the Office of Policy spearheads. So that's why you are here. They created a renewal to keep you up to date of all the policies and all the changes they're doing through COVID, you know? Uniform Service Bureau conducts enforcement initiatives. Prosecution helps to protect public safety and hold licenses accountable for following TLC rules. Driver Protection Unit investigate, prosecutes, and resolve illegal conduct and fraudulent practices affecting our licensed driver. Safety and mission. To help improve air quality, all yellow taxi cabs have a safety and emission inspection every 4 months. SHL vehicles receive one every 6 months, and other FHVs are required to be inspected once every 2 years. If you need to write that down, feel free. This safety and emission inspection program helps make sure vehicles registered meet the minimum standard for safe operation on public streets and highways. TIF and SHLIF, they call that Street Hail Livery Improvement Fund. Those are the two programs those was created for drivers like you, okay? All right, so let me explain to you. It was created in an accessibility initiative for drivers offered $100 signing bonuses, and you can earn an extra dollar per trip from the TLC for any trip you provide in a yellow or green wheelchair accessible taxi cab. Okay? Accessible Street Hail Livery Grant Program. They got $30,000 grants right now, and this is available for green cab owners. So it's $30,000 for green cab that meet the requirement and completed a grant application. So you got to do the application and see if you're approved. E-hailing program. Anybody use this app before? Anybody? E-hailing. All right. This was created to facilitate the process of requesting transportation for people with disabilities by providing quicker and more reliable service by the use of a web-based application. So that's what it is. All right, so the e-hail customer can solicit yellow or green taxi riders. They can schedule for prearranged green taxi travel. E-hail providers may operate throughout the 5 boroughs. Fares must be calculated using the taximeter, unless the provider has joined the Flex Fare pilot. E-hail app that offers payment using a card on file must send the payment information to in-vehicle credit card system or fit it in every taxi. unless the provider has joined the FlexPay pilot. Okay? Drivers are not required to accept an email. You hear that, guys? For a complete list of requirements, download and you could check it out, the EA rules. You could do it on your phone and it will give you more information if you're interested in that app. All right, moving along. Vision Zero is a program adapted in New York City by Mayor de Blasio, 2014. Its purpose is to eliminate all traffic deaths and serious injuries on New York City streets by 2024. We are in 2023 right now, so we almost there. So that's why it created this renewal class stuff. License application renewal. I spoke about this already, laws. This is the website. If you need to write it down, feel free. It's www.mic.gov/laws. Wheelchair accessible vehicles. That's WAVE. These are cars been made suitable to specifically transport wheelchair users. Most vehicles are minivans like Chrysler Pacifica, Dodge Grand Caravan, Honda Odyssey, and Toyota Sienna. Those are the vehicles that they transform in now. These vehicles have been modified to create room to accommodate many sizes and types of wheelchairs. Moving along, TLC Office of Inclusions, a newly formed office that will ensure that the riding public, including individuals with disability, receive courteous service from taxis and FHVs, and that no TLC licensed drivers are declining trips or refusing trips due to destination or for use of service animals. Also creating new resources to further improve TLC licensed drivers' disability etiquette. Knowledge of wheelchair securement and ramp operation, and overall training on how to better serve passengers with disability. TLC Driver Bill of Rights. The Driver Bill of Rights contains information for drivers who leave vehicles or medallions on a daily basis, weekly or long-term basis. Perturb TLC rules all fleets, agents, and taximeter shops must post the Driver Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights consists of two posters. One poster relates to fleet drivers and the other to driver-owned vehicle, DOV driver. Disability, a physical or mental condition that limits a person's movement, senses, or activities. We'll be talking a little more about that. Accessibilities. This can be viewed as an ability to access or direct and benefit from some system or entity. The focus is on people with disability. ADA. 1990 is a civil rights law prohibiting discrimination against people with disability in all areas of public life, including number one, job, your schools, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to the general public. So far, so good, guys?
Yeah.
You on the same page?
Yeah.
Nice. Just like no one can discriminate on the basis of race, color of your skin, religion, sex, or national origin. The same applies for people with disability. Okay? Although the ADA does not provide a specific list of disabilities, it does protect anyone with disability of physical or mental impairment that limits their ability to perform one or more major life activities. So that's why they created the 1990 ADA Act. Moving along, people first language. This falls into the ADA Act. This emphasizes individuality, equality, and dignity of people with disabilities. People first language conveys respect by emphasizing the fact that the people with disability are first and foremost. Accessible dispatch. Accessible dispatch program gives passengers with disability greater access to green and yellow wheelchair accessible taxis. The program offers an expanding service area that now accommodates pickups, drop-offs in all the 5 wards. Accessible taxi dispatcher. Companies that dispatch wheelchair accessible vehicles to people with disability, that's a dispatcher. Backup, page 9. To set up a vehicle as a taxi or SHL and obtain approval from the TLC for service. A hackup includes installation of a meter, your roof lights, painting of vehicles, and additions of all required vehicles. Street hailing endorsement. This can be purchased at a TLC by for hire vehicle basis to be permitted to offer dispatch service to green taxi cabs. Okay, so that's street hailing endorsement. Public accommodation regulations. Under US federal laws, public facilities must require newly constructed or altered places to be made accessible for disabled people. That's why we have the ramp and all of that. Mark, Mayor Office for People with Disabilities is a lesson between New York City government and disability community. Page 10. Lesson 2. How and when to use your resources. All right. There are numerous resources available through the TLC to assist for hire drivers. This lesson will provide a review/overview of these resources and the procedures for accessing them. 2A, Owner/Driver Resource Center. During the COVID-19 health crisis, the TLC and the city have taken steps to support TLC drivers, vehicle owners, and businesses. TLC Driver Resources Center provides financial, counseling, and legal service and other useful free city resources such as healthcare, insurance, mental health care resources, and more. Number 1, legal services. If you need a lawyer, you need legal advice, you have the department here. I also have the website. I will show you the website a little later on. Financial counseling. You having problems saving your money, you having problems paying your bills. We have a department. If anybody that you know going through depression, or you yourself, you can't pay your bills, you're frustrated, we have a department for that. All right? And we also have a department for public benefit application support. If you need public benefit help. Okay, so those are the 4 departments that we created. 2B, Drivers Protection Unit, DPU. The Driver Protection Unit protects the right of all taxi and for-hire vehicle drivers. This unit investigates, prosecutes, and resolves illegal conduct and fraudulent practices affecting our licensed drivers. In instances where you, as a driver, feel as though your TLC Bill of Rights has been violated, you should contact the TLC Driver Protection Unit, and this is the number. If you think you have been violated, 718-391-5539. If you don't want to talk to nobody and just want to type, this is the email, driverprotection@tlc.nyc.gov. For those who don't know. A lot of things happen out there, guys. I'm hearing a lot of stories in the classes, so we got to protect our license. It's easy to lose this license. All right? All right. Examples of such instances could include, so if you've been violated and you fall in these categories, use the number on the website. Failure to pay drivers what they earn by providing a trip. Failure to return a driver's security deposit. Failure to provide drivers copies of documents required under TLC rules, including leases and receipts. Overcharge of lease or vehicle purchase amount. Acts of identity theft. Retaliation for filing a complaint with the TLC. If you fall in any of these categories, feel free. Check on the website or check the number out. 2C, communication channels and when to use your communication channels. These are the call centers. If you have any questions on your license status or your application status, this is the first number. Write it down, feel free, because you need these numbers. 391-5501. Questions about settling a violation. Any issues with violation? 391-5584. Any other questions relating to summonses and violations? So let's just say you're not getting through on the website that I showed you. These are the numbers, the key numbers. If you don't have it, write it down now. External affairs. This is a team at TNC and it's made up of 5 staffers who do outreach and communications and assist with constituent cases. The team interacts directly with about 15 major stakeholder groups, more than 950 bases, and almost 260,000 licenses. External affairs staff members will take license inquiries and resolve issues. So those are the job that external affairs do. Email and text messages, how do they talk to a TLC driver? TLC will send email or text message to notify the driver any missing items from the license requirements checklist. Oh, thank you so much. TLC cannot give you a license until you have submitted all items and they have been reviewed and approved. If you are missing requirements, you can upload them using our new upload portal. I'm going back to it again. That's why we are here. If you need more information or help, you can email TLC at, feel free to write on the email, license inquiries at tlc.nyc.gov. If you need more information. But once you leave here, you're on your own. You gotta be calling everybody up if you don't know what's going on. You don't want to do that. You want to get straight to the point. All right, social media channels. Number 1, NYC agency shares information, images, and videos with the public through external social media websites. TLC, as a part of NYC agencies, also has its own social media channels. Number 1 is Facebook. Tumblr is the second one. YouTube is the third one. Instagram, Twitter. So if you want to follow and stay up to date as the days, the weeks, the years go by, because we got 3 more years again to get out to come back again. So those are the websites. All right. Also at the bottom of those pictures, www.nyc.gov/TLC. Write that down too for your own personal stuff too. Right, moving on to page 12. The City of New York offers several programs from which TLC may directly benefit from. These include, number 1, victim services. TLC connects victims to New York State Office of Victim Services, which can help with medical bills, counseling expenses, lost wages, and other types of assistance. Those are the categories. If you fall or you into those, or you know somebody that fall into those, you could direct them to the right place. Okay? Also yourself. New York State unemployment benefits. If you get in an accident and you cannot work, you need an unemployment, right? You got to take care of family. Things happen. You could sit on my back, I hit you in your back for no reason. You can't work. This is the website. Okay? And they will help you. You need food assistance. They got a website here too. All right. So, moving down to the bottom of the numbers, which is 1-888-692-9355. Write that down also. If you don't want to talk to nobody, like you shame or you scared to talk to somebody, you just want to text, 65173. Write that down. That's a key number. If you want to chat like online, write the online website on nyc.gov/nycweb, and someone will hit you up. And then from there, they will direct you in the right direction. So far, so good, you understand? All right, moving along. Financial assistance. NYC Financial Empowerment Center are now offering remote financial counseling via phone call. Financial assistance for businesses impacted by COVID-19 is also available through the U.S. Small Business Administration, SBA. Public benefits application. The City Human Resources Administration, HRA, can help you with public benefit application through Access HRA, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is SNAP. We also got cash assistance and Medicaid renewal. So those are the areas. If you fall or you know anybody that fall into that category, check it out. Moving along, healthcare and Medicaid insurance. This is a healthcare access program that guarantees low cost and low cost service to New Yorkers who do not qualify for or cannot afford health insurance. All NYC care services are provided through NYC Health and hospitals. Check it out if you're interested. Black Card Fund Telemedicine. Black Card drivers in New York are eligible for telemedicine paid for by the Black Card Fund. So they cover their drivers. So I know nobody probably knows Black Cards, but I'm just telling you. All right, so if you're interested in driving Black Cars, they cover you in insurance. Okay, guys? Legal service assistance. This offers assistance in immigration, family court, domestic violence, evictions, housing and mortgages, legal education, and etc. This is the website. Feel free to write it down, please. Anybody that falls in that category or you know somebody falls in this category, you could help them. NYC Commission on Human Rights. This prohibits discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodation, and also provides additional protection surrounding bias-based profiling by law enforcement and discriminatory harassment. Public accommodation include taxis and for hired vehicles. So these here are the classes that the human rights law protect. We protect the race or the color, the national origin, immigration status, the pregnancy, religion and creed, age, sexual orientation, disability, and marital partnership status. Those are the areas and the classes they protect. Providers of public accommodation include TLC drivers may not discriminate against persons in protected classes. This means, for example, drivers can refuse to pick up a passenger because of the color of their skin. Again, never threaten or harass a passenger because of their religion or creed, even if you disagree. You may never refuse service to same-sex couples because of their sexual orientation. A lot of these things is going on right now, bro. That's why they have them. And they just refreshing y'all and telling y'all what's going on, of course. A lot of complaints happening with this. Drivers refuse to pick up a passenger because of color, religion stuff, so they have to bring it into these texts now. It's getting crazy out here. All right, so you cannot discriminate against passenger based on gender, gender identity, and expression of sexual orientation. Transgender and gender non-conforming person are protected under the human rights law in employment, housing, and public accommodation. So we have a serious human rights laws out right now, right? You may not refuse to give someone a ride because of a disability. Don't. Service animals must always be allowed to ride in your vehicle. Okay? Know you are protected. Oh, before I move forward, talking about the service animals, let me just give you a quick example. Let's say you pull up to pick up a passenger and they have a big dog, whatever. All this dog and stuff, like wood, right? And you're allergic, but you're allergic in a life-death situation. You could call your base and you could refuse because it's a life-death. Let's say you gotta go in the tunnel with this dog or whatever the animal is, and you know the tunnel is, you can't breathe in the air and the wind is up. You will die. So you can refuse. Once it's a life or death, you could refuse. Okay? If you think take caller base, If you're not sure, call the base. Be like, I can't do this. I can't pick up this job because of your circumstances. Call the base and communicate. And then from there, they will tell you exactly. Okay, guys? Know you are protected under the human rights law and know your obligation as a TLC driver under the law as well. Moving along, bystander intervention. The NYC Commission on Human Rights has launched a series of bystander intervention trainings to teach the public how to de-escalation strategies to prevent violence and hate speech to promote public safety. In addition, the public can submit online incident forms to report discrimination via the Commission on the Human Rights website. Bystander intervention is built on the idea that we all play a role in creating safe public space for each other when we see our neighbors and community facing and members facing bias, discrimination, or harassment. The NYC Commission on Human Rights and Community Partners regularly co-hosts bystander intervention training to provide New Yorkers with the tools and strategies to safely respond when they witness a bias incident and discrimination. Participants lead these training equipped with verbal and behavioral de-escalation strategies to nonviolently intervene, disrupt hate violence or hate speech. The training explores the meaning of safety, of being an effective ally, and how identity plays a role in the ways we choose to intervene. In response to the unprecedented climate of anti-Asian bias, discrimination, and harassment connected to COVID-19 stigma since March 2020, the Commission has hosted over 30 bystander intervention training, reaching over 1,400 New Yorkers. So this is a program teaching you how to de-escalate a situation. Let's say you pull up by the TLC stand, the taxi stand, and a driver and a customer is fighting. They have a program to teach you to say certain words to calm the situation down. Because if you do it your way, you might say the wrong thing, and that might create more problems. So they have a program to de-escalate. They call it bystander intervention. If you need information, check it out on the TLC website also, okay? All right, moving along. Licensing, tools for working and maintaining your license. Licensing resources. In 2017, TLC launched an upload portal. TLC Up is a quick, simple way for new drivers and vehicle applicants to submit documents needed to complete the licensure process to the TLC. The TLC Up allows students to upload documents, stay informed on the status of each of their submitted documents, and easily see whether a document has been accepted, rejected, or currently under review. Applicants can see a log of each item they have submitted, the status of each item, and an up-to-date listing of all missing requirements. When documents are reviewed and their status changes, the system emails the applicant to let them know that an action has been taken on a submitted document. If a new document is identified as being required for the review of their application, it is posted to the TLC Up and an email is automatically generated to the applicant know what is required and how to provide it. Your laws. Your TLC license must be renewed every 3 years within 9 days of the expiration date of the license. If you miss this deadline, your license may be canceled and you will have to reapply. In addition, you must complete a DEC every 3 years and pass your annual drug test. To renew your license, complete all your online TLC application and pay required renewal fees at the TLC laws. That's the website. I know you write it down already. Other important points related to renewals. Every driver must complete a drug test within 90 days, but I recommend 45. They say 90 here, but I recommend minimum is 45. Minimum. All right? Late renewal fee of $25 will be assessed if your application is not received by the TLC within the 2 days of the expiration date of the license. All right. Skip new applicants because you're our current drivers. Once you have your license, call that call or visit their website to choose a location and schedule your drug test. There are many locations to choose from, and it's recommended to make your reservations 2 to 3 weeks in advance. Complete your drug test and license renewal as early as possible. This is the website. Feel free to write down the ones who don't have it, and this is the number to schedule drug tests. This is the breakdown how to use. Hold on 1 second. It doesn't work. And
required documents for driver and vehicle applications. Let's get started. The first step in uploading your documents is to sign into TLC.
so this was a breakdown I was showing you. We had to pay information. The ones who don't know.
You can access TLC Hub from a computer as well as tablet or mobile device. You will need the following information to sign in: your TLC application number, the zip code of your mailing address, and the last 5 digits of your social security number or employer ID number. The information here must match the information on your application. You must wait at least 1 hour after applying before you will be able to use TLC Up. Once you have entered your information, click the Sign In button to continue. On the next page, you will be able to check the status of your application, learn if there are any missing documents or requirements, and upload required documents. Note, this video can be reopened at any time by clicking the Help link on the top right side of the screen. All of the information on this page will be current as of the date and time shown here. In the applicant information section of the screen, you will see the information that was entered when you submitted your application. Remember that this is the email address that the TLC will be using to contact you regarding your application. If this information is wrong, please contact the TLC to update your information by emailing licensing-inquiries@tlc.nyc.gov. In the missing requirements section, you will see 2 groups of requirements. The column on the right side of the page will list all of the requirements that you must complete, but that do not require you to submit any documents. TLC will automatically know if those requirements are completed. For example, a driver license applicant may see tax exposure listing. A vehicle applicant may see payment of the CMPT listing. The column on the left side of the page will list all requirements you must upload on TLC Up. For example, a driver license applicant may see a copy of DMV license list. A vehicle applicant may see insurance documents listed. By clicking the question mark tooltip next to the items listed, you will be able to find more information about each missing requirement. All missing requirements must be submitted by the application expiration date shown here. Let's upload a missing required document. First, click the box to the left of the document that you want to upload. If the file that you are uploading fulfills multiple requirements, you can check off all that apply. Click the Browse button to select the file that you want to upload. You can upload images or scanned documents in several formats: PDF, TIFF, JPEG, or PNG. Select the file that you would like to send from your phone, tablet, or computer file menu and click Open. Click the Submit button to upload the document. Remember that you will only be able to upload one document at a time. If you have additional documents to upload, you can do so by repeating these steps. If your document has been uploaded successfully, the items that you checked off will no longer appear on the missing documents list. These documents will now be reviewed by the TLC for compliance. These same steps can be done using a mobile device. Remember that the TLC may identify additional items you will need to provide once your completed application is reviewed. The TLC will email you if you are missing any documents or requirements. Check your email inbox regularly to ensure that you submit any missing documents as quickly as possible. Let's review the file that you uploaded. In this section, you will see all of the files uploaded through TLC Up. Files are sorted by the date that they were submitted. Clicking the name of the file will open a preview of the document that you uploaded. Remember to check all uploaded documents to confirm that the correct file was sent to the TLC and that the correct missing requirements are marked on the file. If you uploaded the wrong document, click the X in the Delete File column to remove the file. You will be able to upload the correct file again following the previously shown steps. You will only be able to delete a file if the TLC has not yet reviewed it. After submitting the document, you will see file name, requirement, and status. There are 4 possible statuses for each document you upload. Documents marked as pending have been submitted but have not been reviewed by the TLC. Documents marked as in progress have been submitted and are being reviewed by the TLC. Check back again later to view their status. Documents marked as accepted have been reviewed by the TLC and the document you submitted completed the missing requirement. Documents marked as rejected have been reviewed by the TLC but did not complete the missing requirement. Rejected documents will show the reason that they were rejected. You will need to upload a new document that completes the requirement. Be sure to check the reason the document was rejected before uploading a new document. The TLC will send an email when the status of any uploaded document changes. Check back frequently to stay current on your application status.
All right, that should be it.
Thanks for watching.
So that's a breakdown how to, for the ones who don't know, that's how you upload stuff on this website. They also want you all to take 5 minutes and read this. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me see.
You're gonna take it back?
Yeah, I think about it. Yeah. But of course. That's what I was telling you all, write it down.
This book has a lot of information.
Yeah, you need it. That's what I was telling you all. This is big news, your license. You gotta protect
This
them.
book, you need back.
Yeah, you gotta give me back it. That's
I
why.
pay the money for the course.
Yeah.
Whatever they give,
And you do
I
the-
get it.
No, you're doing the course right now. So this is what you're paying for. To educate yourself.
This is, I don't know how to they take the $150 money.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever they give the all students, I have to take back home and study for that.
What are you studying for? All you have to do is get the information so you can
Yeah,
be up
yeah,
to
I
date.
have to see.
Yeah, that's why I tell you write it down. So you wasn't listening to me.
I have to write down all the things. This is not good.
You can get a paper. I can give you a paper. And then I have a million and one pen. Look, see, that's what I said. Anybody get a pen, write it down. It's just websites.
Why
Numbers.
easy? You don't give the paper. How to write
Oh,
down?
be honest with me. When you go home, you're not reading this book, bro. Oh, okay. Be honest with me, bro. You're not reading this book. When you see your family and all of that, and you got run up and down, then you put that book with cobwebs. Oh, okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Before to renew your license, you have to go on this to get that?
They told me, if you need to, no, this right here is how you change your license in the state.
Oh, I see.
See? Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
You're right.
Okay. If you're gonna be renewed, do you have to go to the doctor?
if you go on the upload and you will see you have to go and do a drug test,
Okay, drug test.
yeah, or a defensive driving, they will let you know. But if you don't see it there, no, you don't have to do. Don't do the extra stuff.
Okay.
But check on the website. If you want, you can go in, put in your information and see how your status look.
Okay.
And see what you need to upload or not.
Okay.
Okay, after we take this class, do we still have to take it 2 years outside defensive driving?
3 years.
Yeah.
If they don't ask, you don't have to. If they don't ask, because the only way you do a defensive driving is if they ask you to do a defensive driving.
But you have to do it every 3 years.
Oh, every 3 years,
Yeah.
every 3 years.
Yeah.
That's after the 3
I
years.
thought this one replaced it.
No.
No, every 3 years you gotta do it.
No.
Every 3 years you have to. go.
Sorry, every 3 years. I don't
Yeah, I
understand.
just, okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you have to. You have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, every 3 years. Yeah, sorry. Alright.
Okay.
Here, Renewal code, with 6 hour defensive class. Oh,
You see, we have a new class.
yeah.
Really.
No coffee? No coffee?
Coffee? Yeah, you go, they're ready. That's not soon.
So,
Oh, the coffee,
No, pretty good.
they got pennies. There we go. I got water. You don't want to get hot cold. Huh?
You want a free?
Yeah, no, I don't have you have it free.
No fear, you have to go to the.
Yeah,
The courses.
Keep machine next time.
Huh?
Keep machine.
Man, I gotta talk to the boss for that.
Because it's 5 hours.
Yeah, I know y'all
Yeah,
driving,
no.
because 10 hours y'all be driving.
Slick
So
road.
work with me. I'm working with y'all, all right?
You know, somebody retired, they come in.
Y'all be driving a lot, so we out of here soon. Don't worry.
When you drink too much coffee, you have to be, you know,
Yeah,
you
Yeah,
have to go to the bathroom.
every hour with coffee for classes.
yeah. But if you need to use the bathroom, straight down there. Feel free to raise your hand.
Now you drink coffee, now you go to the bathroom.
No, you'll be up. If you drink the coffee, you'll be up now. That's why you probably need a coffee. It makes sense. I ain't mad with you. So we gonna go to break just now, and we gonna go get a coffee, okay? All right, so let's go back in the book and let's cover these areas fast so that can go home. Good. Page 14, all the way at the bottom. A TLC officer. Not 2B. Yeah, 2B. 2 as in B. Uniform Service Bureau. How to interact with a TLC officer. Role of a TLC officer. The primary mission of a TLC officer is to protect public safety by deterring illegal operation of unlicensed drivers, vehicles, and ensuring compliance of TLC rules and other traffic laws, and also try to mess with y'all and see if y'all have your cards ready, whatever they ask for. That's the TLC, guys. They can run up on you anytime, any minute when you're not looking. A TLC officer may stop a TLC licensed driver and vehicle when no violation are observed. Just hold that. To randomly, keyword, check the valid license on the driver and vehicle inspection. If you are stopped by a TLC officer or other law enforcement officers, you should follow these steps. 2, turn signal or hazard to let officer know. Sorry? To let officer know driver intends to comply. Pull over to a safe area as quickly as possible. Turn on all interior lights. Lower both driver and passenger window. Turn off engine, place hands on steering wheel, and wait for officer to approach vehicle. Do not reach for anything until instructed by officer. Follow instructions from the officer and give them your TLC and DMV driver's license, vehicle registration, and insurance information. Driver will be told reason for traffic stop after giving the officer their credentials. Driver must not dispute summons with officer. Leave that for the court. If a ticket is issued, driver should follow instructions listed on the back of the ticket. And it will lead you to the department I show you. Driver has the right to attend the oath, hearing to dispute summons. Assaulting a TLC officer is a felony under NYC Penal Law 120.08. And this will result in arrest. Okay, guys, why you want to get locked up here? All right, moving on to safety and emissions. Oh, sorry.
The passenger has the right to deny the stop for the TLC officers.
The passenger has the right to deny a stop.
Yeah, the lights come on, the passenger's in the back. One of the first things is like, show the officer that the passenger approves the stop. Does that mean that the passenger can say, no, I don't want you to stop, keep going?
Yes, the passenger has certain rights over the driver and the TLC officer.
Meaning, take me home, I don't care what's going on here with cops?
Nah, you can't be driving on the cops.
What?
Now, once the cops pull you over with a passenger, you have to pull over.
So what's that point about that? It says that, one of the, you read it, the,
All right, let me see.
put your blinkers or your hazards on to show the officer that the passenger.
Turn on, hold on. I'm trying to see.
No, it's lower your glass.
All right, lower both
Turn
driver
your
and
signal
passenger
and to
window.
tell the officer, driver intends to, the driver, I'm sorry, right?
Oh,
The driver.
okay.
So the passenger has nothing,
Nah, he can't do that.
and what are his rights? Does he have to actually also identify himself and everything?
No. Because he's just a passenger. It's the driver, the TLC officer come to deal with.
Same rules apply with TLC and NYPD?
Yes.
No,
Same includes with the NYPD and the TLC. They want to know the credentials of the driver and make sure he has everything up to date.
Thank you, Sergeant.
No, you're not interrupting. We are here to help each other. Understanding your vehicle. TLC inspection to improve air quality. All yellow taxi cabs have safety and emission inspection every 4 months. SHL once every 6 months, and FHVs are required to be inspected once every 2 years. The safety and emission inspection program helps make sure every vehicle registered meets the minimum standards for safe operation on public streets and highways. So a yellow medallion vehicle must be passed street inspection every year. The first inspection on the calendar will not be at Woodside Inspection Facility. The yellow cab owner must take their vehicle to any NYS DMV inspection station. Remember this, guys. During the same month that the inspection stickers on the vehicle expires. The second and the third time you carry your vehicle for inspection on the same calendar, it will occur at Woodside Inspection Facility. Okay? Yellow cabs inspected by TLC must pass the TLC inspection. All right, moving along. The green taxi, street hail liveries, inspected every 6 months. For hired vehicles, inspected every 2 years. All right, and at the bottom, all right, let me read this for you. DMV inspection, all vehicles, including yellow taxis, green taxis, livery vehicles, black cars, and limousines, must pass vehicle inspection every 4 months. So that covers everybody. Yellow taxis are inspected at the TLC Woodside Inspection Facility, and this is the location for those who do not know. 24-55 Brooklyn-Queens-Express West. All right? FHVs will visit the TLC Woodside facility for their first inspection, and afterwards can use any NYS approved inspection facility. You need any more information on this? Go on the website TLC, and you have TLC rules up in the corner. Click that, and it will show you all the breakdown of this, of your inspection. All right.
So like the first inspection, was it taxing TLC road facility for their first inspection? Like if there's a new car, then we should go straight to the TLC inspection.
For the FHVs?
Yeah.
All right, so they're saying, hold on 1 second. I guess we. Oh, so the FHVs will go at Woodside facility for the first inspection, and afterwards they could, the second and the third time they could do the MIS after. That's what FHVs. So it's like all the way around. You understand? The green and the yellow, they do the opposite. So what I was thinking, okay? So these are the parts that they want you to keep up to date with, so you will not fail.
This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and test your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Before you come in, make sure your windshield has no cracks or damages. Sometimes a small repair will prevent a larger one, or even replacement, and will not only help you pass the test, but provide a safe ride for you and your passengers. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment.
Wendy's fries are always hot and crispy.
Friday!
So Toby says every day is now
Friday, Tuesday,
Friday,
Wednesday,
Friday. I always remember that one.
Because that's the easy one.
Try Wendy's hot and crispy fries. Prefer almost 2 to 1 from McDonald's.
This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Remember to always check your tires' tread and overall condition before coming in. Your vehicle can fail inspection if you have a worn tire tread, so check your tires with a tread depth gauge or try the quarter trick. If you cannot see any of Washington's forehead, you have a good tread. Check for any cuts, knots, or bulges on the tire. Also, do not forget to check for missing lug nuts. Healthy tires make for a safe ride. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you could use. Before you come in, make sure your check engine light is not on, because the vehicle will fail inspection if it is. Possible causes include an oxygen sensor failure, a loose fuel cap, catalytic converter failure, a spark plug or ignition coil issue, bad spark plug wires, or mass airflow sensor failure. Large automotive parts retail stores will often check a car's check engine codes for free and then advise on what is needed. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Rear view and side mirrors must not be missing or broken. Shattered or taped mirrors will fail inspection. Seeing behind you or next to you is always necessary to safely operate your vehicle. Ensuring clear, functional mirrors will leave you reflecting on a past inspection while providing a safe ride for you and your passengers. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. All seatbelts must be in working order. Seatbelts cannot be tucked into the seat cushions or under the seats. Always be sure to check all seatbelts in the car before you come in for your inspection appointment. Working seatbelts will not only help you pass the test, but they will provide a safe ride for you and your passengers. And remember, no matter where you sit in the car, everyone must buckle up. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Before coming in, make sure headlights and taillights are not cracked or taped, even if they work. This includes signal lights, backup lights, fog lights, and stop lights. All lights must be fully intact and working to pass your vehicle inspection. Having all lights repaired before you come in for your appointment will not only help you pass the test, but will also help keep everyone safe on the road. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment. This is the Safety and Emissions Division at the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. We're here to help you prepare for and pass your vehicle safety inspection. Here's a tip you can use. Check your vehicle's brakes. Brakes must not have worn or warped rotors, leaking or damaged master cylinder or wheel cylinders, and a working parking brake. There should not be excessive brake noise. Making sure your brakes are always in good working order will not only help you pass inspection, but will ensure a safe ride for you and your passengers. Thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at your next inspection appointment.
Okay, guys, you could go on a break, come back 4:50. Stretch your legs, get something to drink.
I can do any
Appointment, alright, so you want to schedule one, that's all it's saying.
yeah, but they are saying
You mean a whole month? And so when you go into, you see the accent class, right? So that's the only thing you gotta do after you do this. Right, because once you finish this today, the secretary will upload it in the morning. And then when you want to check them on the website, if you're there, they will actually, because you are checking everything already. So they say a month, let me ask you, or you want to go walking?
Buena class la yo muy so it's a friend way you na class of fina it's crazy class eh oh no we're going to classes for defense courses yes what is the place now? A lot of places. Places you can charge every. No, only you go every 3 years. So they will charge you people money. Yeah, this I even I don't go there. Will be Atlantic Avenue. You want the haircut? No. Haircut? So, hold on. The office open around Brooklyn or Manhattan? Queens. Queens? Yeah. That's my next one.
877-320-3244 to get your monthly payments lowered. Once again, that's 877-320-3244.
In Williamsburg now, a cyclist is swiping for his life after he was struck by a minivan at the intersection of South Second and King Street. Cops say this all went down on 7:45 yesterday.
Boss,
Is that?
they don't say anything here about inspector for electric cars, you know, electric cars.
Or like the Rebel and that?
What they have to do inspection and all this, or?
With the electric cars, no, they didn't give us no information
Yeah.
until the inspection with the electric cars. No. They didn't give me no materials based on electric cars. The only information they give me based on that is Rebel. They really did this website.
They have to show, to let us know, yeah, what this car,
TLC just got a contract with them.
this car for TLC?
Yeah. Rebel.
Yeah, who own it, who own
Rebel. Rebel.com.
it? Is a company like Uber,
Yeah. Like a Uber company. They have a contract with TLC though.
contract with the TLC? I see it, but I don't know,
Yeah. Yeah, it's new.
yeah, a few years I see it, you know, but, what the rules for the,
But I will show you the rates and how much they offering for a driver.
so I can own this, I have to work for them, right?
Like a yellow taxi, you have to go by
Yeah,
yourself
like a yellow
there,
taxi,
they're gonna
yeah.
give you car,
Yeah.
and you have to drive, they give everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe they pay you hourly $20, $21 per hour.
They pay me?
Yeah, right. But I'll have to break down here. I'm gonna tell you all the fees. How much they pay you an hour. You get a coffee? You got the Johnny right here. You don't want coffee?
I like Starbucks.
Oh, nah, you got them coffee.
It's another,
Nah, you gotta stop shit here.
another bullshit.
Yeah, I didn't see no Starbucks. Oh man. Hey, you worked last night this morning?
I'm sorry?
You worked last night this morning?
No, I start morning.
Oh, you did the morning shift. $10 a day. That's a lot of time.
If you're sleeping like this, you have to check your sugar, you know,
Yeah, true.
because I used to sleep and I drink coffee, you know, every 1 hour, 2 hours,
Why?
you know, and then I fall asleep a lot of time when I'm driving.
You have to go
And then I got
Maybe you
sick.
have sleep apnea.
No, I find out I have a diabetes.
No, you need,
When the sugar high,
you need CPAP machine. You need CPAP machine.
I did, I don't have a problem. The problem was the diabetic,
Too much coffee, man.
the sugar,
The sugar, yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Sugar very high, you can go coma. And sugar go low, you got coma and you die. You know, when it's low,
Yeah.
it's worse than high. I have it now for 20 years. Diabetic. But I'm now better than before. You know, because I don't know, I eat sweet, I eat everything, and my sugar, you know, I don't know I have diabetes. I sleep every time I drive. I sit for the customer, I fall asleep. You know, I drive black car.
Oh,
So I sleep a lot. Even when I'm driving, I cannot open my eyes, I have to sleep. Yeah, another time, I passed the bridge, by the tolls, and I'm sleeping. I don't know what happened to me. Instead of going Manhattan, I went to Queens, and the Tractor Bridge, you know? And then I woke up, I said, what the fuck happened there? You know, and the customer in the car. And then he don't know. The customer, he don't know, he doesn't know. And instead,
wow.
I paid the tolls,
Mhm.
the easy pass, you know?
Right. Mhm.
And I passed, I come in all the way from Connecticut, you know? Going to Manhattan, and instead of going to Manhattan, I found myself in Queens.
Queens, man.
31st Street, you know, I look, see, and I'm driving, nobody beat, nobody nothing, I don't know how, what happened, the car going, you know, no accident, nothing, nobody see me sleeping, wake me up and so.
So you drive sleeping?
Huh?
You say you drive sleeping to Queens?
That's when I found out I have the diabetes.
Okay.
That's 20 years ago. And then I got sick. I gotta go to the bathroom too much.
Yeah.
So I can't work it because I have to stop with the customer and be in the highway, the speed.
Oh, you got pit stop.
Yeah, but I can control it. You know, war coming like crazy. So I got, when I'm home, I start, my eyes, you know, I can see good, and I can work because I have to go to the bathroom. But I stay home 1 week, and then I lost my vision. So they took me to the hospital, you know. And then I found out my sugar was 650. They told me it's supposed to be dead now. This no more, you know. They kept me 1 week. 1 week in the hospital. Until my sugar goes down. And then I start, you know. 3 months I can't see. If you stay with it, I can see you. I see only them.
You just see light, right? Like light.
Yeah, if I drive night time or I go outside night time, I see everything flash, you know. Like this, I can open my eyes, you know.
Two flashes?
Yeah, the light. All the cars.
Yeah.
And
the buildings and all of that.
Distance.
It messes with your eyes?
The car is far away, it looks like in front of the light, you know.
So you're far-sighted.
Yeah, so 3 months I can't go to work, I don't do nothing, I stay at home. I have to do exercise, take the medicine, you know. I walk every day, walk, until my sugar start go down. And 3 months to look the same time, my license been expired. I have to renew my driver license. I have to go to Morobito. So when I renew the license, they told me read.
Oh, read the letters,
Because they don't know I have some. So I don't see nothing. They told me, no, sorry, you don't see. You have to go to eye doctor. I go to eye doctor.
Which I'm saying, like.
He told me, no, you have to stay at least 3 months until your vision comes down, you know, I can make a glasses because your eyes change every day, you know. So I wait until they make my eyes still, you know, sugar control, and then I make glasses, and then I went, I take the eye test,
Yeah.
and the more vehicle I pass, give me the license, but I can still, I can work, you know, until I
Yeah.
get more health, you know.
Right.
I start, you know, eat good, you know, no eat junk food outside, no sugar, no touch of sugar.
Yeah,
no-
just vegetables and stuff, right?
Coffee, no milk, no sugar. Black,
Yeah.
black.
There you go.
No juice, no nothing. Only water.
Yeah.
No soda, no. That's why I'm telling now, if I work it 1 hour, no sleeping, I stay awake and no coffee, no nothing, I'm dry. No full sleep. I'm serious, I'm telling you, I am fine.
So you could do that with no coffee, nothing, you say?
No,
Right now?
No, I drink in the morning
Oh,
tea,
oh, tea. Oh.
1 cup of tea. I don't drink coffee today, maybe last week I drink coffee, you know. I used to drink 3 or 4 coffee a day when I work,
Yeah. It's too much.
you know.
After finishing this class, I have to do anything there or no?
Go straight home.
They're gonna cook everything on the campus?
Yeah. You good.
Why put this rate? They don't pay this like this rate, Uber.
Oh, what page that is? Page 17?
I'm sorry?
What page it is?
This 19.
Oh, nice. We talking about the table?
But they changing the prices now, right?
No,
We talking about
no.
everything? So, how much is for this now?
Per mile is 1.16.
5 minus 1.6.
Per mile is 1.16.
Oh, this, yeah, look. You don't know this? So they made an error in your book. So, only 4 books have that. So come on here. Yep. They made an error. Alright, so I'm gonna tell you all the, I have the actual numbers, so don't worry. Oh, yes, this one right here. Okay? See?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, the books that they print, these new books here, so pages is new. They made a mistake with some of the numbers. I gotta call my boss and let them, because I didn't have that issue in the class yesterday.
No, this rate maybe is coming, but Uber refused it.
Oh. Oh.
Yes, you want to raise this rate.
No, they wanna raise to 134. Okay.
Uber refused.
Oh, they come back yet?
The prices is better now. The prices now, they change,
No, sir.
no higher. There was, few
Yes,
days,
it's, but
The
Uber
the
don't.
court said,
No.
approved, no?
In March again here.
They say the price go high, but Uber don't take money, you know? It's supposed to be the driver.
No, TLC want to raise, but Uber don't want. That's why Uber go to the court.
Yeah, Uber no money, because Uber wanna take the money for himself.
Yeah.
maybe everybody use Uber to avoid the yellow cab,
My yellow is good.
right?
More money.
And then Uber cry and say, $100 if you bring the driver. The number used to be what, 400? And Uber will start coming. If you bring the driver to Uber, they give you a thing for $100. How much? 100? 500, right? Yeah.
Give 800.
800?
Gift.
Yes? Now?
Yeah, if you bring one driver, driving to gift, they give
They
you.
don't even give
800.
me when I go work, they don't give me. I book myself for work. They don't give me extra money.
No,
You know?
who refer you? You're gonna get this money. If you refer somebody, you're gonna get money.
Yeah. Lyft is not good.
Gift.
It's better than Uber?
Same.
No.
Well, that's a company.
Same money.
Same company.
No.
Yes, it is.
Uber who started working was,
Uber and Lyft is the same.
Lyft started in Florida.
Same people.
Uber was started.
Same management. Same management.
Lyft was in
Lyft and Uber sometimes. Just
Yeah.
I've been working for a long time. Before.
Six. Alright, we gotta move on. See it in the camera. That's all that. Alright, we move in page 16. That's why I was reading the 15-minute stuff. These guys clear with their license. Anyway. Drivers of TLC licensed vehicles, except those which are exempt from NYS DOT authorization and inspection requirement, must be in compliance with Article 19A of the New York State Vehicle and Traffic Laws. Driving a non-exempt vehicle that is not in compliance with Article 19A constitutes the same offense as driving a FHV without valid license. If you need more information, TLC website, chapter 8. That will describe the consequences for non-compliance with inspection requirements. First violation, $350 suspension until compliance. Second violation, within 36 months, $500 suspension until compliance. And the third violation is revoke. Understand so far? Why you will be revoked or why you will be getting the fines. Okay? Moving along. Are you worried that your vehicle may not pass inspection? Then be prepared. The most common reason for a vehicle failing to pass inspection include tires are too worn, lights not working properly, seat belts missing or not accessible or operated, windshield wipers not in good working order. That's why I play that video and the breakdown of the cost just to refresh your memory. Okay? Be sure to check on TLC website for the updated re-inspection fees. Inspection fees are paid through law system, the website I showed you. Prosecution and oath. Take 5 minutes and read until settlement. 4:59. If you need to write a number down, feel free. I have a pen if you need one. Done? All right, settlement. Settlement is voluntary. You may settle your case with TLC if you want to, but you do not have to. Settlement terms can be offered by either your TLC, you or your TLC, sorry. You and TLC can accept or reject the offers. The judge will work with both sides to make sure the terms are acceptable to both you and the TLC. Lesson 4. Understanding your responsibility as a TLC licensed driver. Overview of the major difference between TLC industry and vehicles. The following types of vehicle can be driven with a TLC driver's license. Yellow medallion taxi cabs for hired vehicles, street hail liveries. And this is the breakdown of all the vehicles that's on the street right now. Number 1, yellow taxis. They do pick up, street hail, e-hail, so they use the app also. They have a medallion. Their lease is $700 to $800 weekly, 5 borrowers, exclusionary zones, except. All right? They get cash, and they are independent contractors, so that's a yellow cab. Green cab, street hail, e-hail, and pre-arrangement, so that's 3. They have a permit, 3,000 every 5 years. No, every 3 years, sorry. 5 borrowers accept exclusionary zones, and they also do cash. Independent contractor. A black livery car service. Pre-arrangement via dispatcher. They use a dispatcher. $625 every 2 years. 5 borrowers accept exclusionary zones, and they do cash. Independent contractor. Black car. Corporate individual account, pre-arrangement via dispatcher or via sharing app. TLC vehicle license, $625 every 2 years. 5 borrower accept exclusionary zones, weekly by check or electronically. That's how they get paid. And they are independent contractors. The luxury and limousine, they are pre-arrangement via dispatcher. $635 every 2 years. 5 borrower accept exclusionary zones. Weekly by check or electronically, and they work with an employee. So that's a breakdown. If you're interested in jumping ship, any one of the categories, these are the breakdown, the recent breakdown. Yellow medallions. The yellow taxis that provide service through street hails or e-hails in NYC each have a medallion issued by the TLC, which limits the number available. FHV livery, black car, luxury, limousine. Y'all guys was looking at the news and saw the former TLC commissioner is going hard on the FHV vehicles right now. Y'all saw recently, like 2 days ago, he's trying to take it off on the road.
Black car?
Nah, the FHVs, yeah, FHVs, yeah. He's trying to take it off of Manhattan. he says it's getting too congested. So what he was doing, he did like a almost a year survey, like staying observing and stuff. Like when like after he retired, he went back and do a survey in Manhattan. And then he's going hard now. I saw him on the news like 2 nights ago. So he's trying to get the FHBs off the road now. That's crazy. You're a former TLC commissioner. Why are you being pushy?
Nice man.
I was like, look, people gotta make their money, bro. Man, I don't know this guy come off from, but anyway.
What is the democracy?
No, democracy?
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm trying to figure out because when I saw him on the TV last night, I was like, why you could be dealing with your grandkids? You doing something? How you mess with these drivers out here, man? Like, alright, moving along. Green Street Hair Livery, or SHL, as we know them as known as Green Borough or Borough Cabs, right? They kind of provide hail service, kind of, to passengers below West 110 Street and East 96. Everybody know that, right?
Yeah.
Or at the NYC airports. So we cover that. SHL are equipped with roof lights, taximeters, GPS, and credit cards acceptance system and passenger info screens. The TLC rules also provide that they are dual services vehicles, so they may also be dispatched for pre-arranged livery trips by their affiliated bases. SHLs are subject to all of the TLC rules with regard to preventing service refusal and discharge, among other things. 4B, rule topics, operating costs. It's important for an individual who are concerned working in a FHV industry to fully understand the financial implications. The table below, created by the Center for New York City Affairs, provides a simple analysis to help drivers and those considering becoming FHV drivers to understand both startup as well as recurring costs. Perhaps the most important variable expenses which FHV drivers should take into account are insurance maintenance, your gas, vehicle leasing fees. Costs may vary depending on the TLC industry. Below some of the common costs. So on the next page is the breakdown of all the money that you will be paying towards TLC and maintaining your license, maintaining your vehicle. So take another 5 minutes and just lose that. And see the breakdown. It's a lot of money. Late.
Yeah, we just went out and try to get some, but we can't just go back.
You know, I said 450. You're looking at you on the camera. I don't have to accept you. I can send you home, bro. And then you gotta go over the class. I'm not losing. You losing.
I know. Sorry.
Alright, so this is the breakdown. The drug test, it changed to $32. The DMV vehicle license and plate renewal changed to $456. So that's the only numbers change that they want y'all to know going in the future. All right, so everything will come to like 20,000 and change. All right, with all the breakdown, the plates and everything. All right, moving along to the bottom. This is a driver pay calculator. This calculates your trips, the minutes, and Uber and Lyft controls this. So you just gotta put in the Uber and Lyft while accompany you. If you will for both, put it in, and they will calculate all the trips to you. Okay? You need any more information on this? This is the website is here also too. And also you could find it here too. Let me see. Give me 2 seconds. Because y'all gotta be on point with your money. Feed your family. So this is how it looks. This is the breakdown, this is the calculation and all of that. All right, guys? It's part of a trip that takes place outside of New York, and they got different rates. Once you pick that ticket right there, So far, so good. All right, moving page 19, driver pay rates. Effective March 1st, 2022, the minimum pay standard for high volume for high-end service drivers can increase by 5.3. So they increased it. For hire, a non-wave trip is $1.16 per mile, 52 cents per minute. Okay? So if you see a different number there, don't worry about that. This is the recent one. They are working on making that number that you see there. Okay? Wave trip, $1.50 per mile, 52 cents per minute. On a town trips with a wave card, $1.34 per mile. No, without a wave card is $1.34. With a wave card is $1.74 per mile. All right, 61 cents per minute. We also got a TLC, not me. I'm not looking please. TLC got a contract. You just signed a contract over the COVID. All right. With these people. If you are interested, they got a business going on right now. Okay? And TLC just signed a contract with them. And on the table here is the breakdown of what they're offering right now. Okay? So if you want to work, that's every trip. That's all they do with every trip. Okay? Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, this blue electric car. All right, weekdays evening 3 p.m. to 1 in the morning. You get $6 tip every trip and $21 per hour. Weekend, Saturday, Sunday, all shifts, $8, $22 an hour. All drivers will receive 1.5 times their normal hourly pay rate for hours work on the holidays. So if you work on a holiday, you get 1 time. Okay? For out of town, standard rates apply within city limits. Outside of New York City, these rates apply. And if you need any more information to see the outside rates, because they fluctuate. This is the website at the bottom of it. Feel free to write it down if you're interested in making money out of New York. Okay? All right, so we covered that. We covered the waves, we covered the rebels. Moving along. Oh, anybody have any questions? We good? All right, moving along. Various money-making programs are available to assist TLC drivers, including TIP. I don't know if anybody used this before, but this is a taxi improvement fund. And it's available to help owners and drivers to convert, maintain, and hack up their accessible vehicles. Funding comes from the 30 cents taxi cab improvement surcharge on all trips in a taxi cab. Details of eligibility and payment can be found. This is the website. You need to write it down, no problem. Accessible dispatch. The NY Accessible program gives passengers with disability greater access to green and yellow wheelchair accessible taxis. The program offers an expanded service area that now accommodates pickups and drop-offs in all the 5 boroughs now. So they got it covered. Accessible dispatch. If you need accessible, but not you. If you have anybody that disabled and they ask you like, oh, can you put me on this is the information. If you need any accessorized stuff, you could have a lot of people out here doing no knowledge of this stuff. So you will look nice by passing on the knowledge. So this is the information, this is the number, this is the website. Okay? If you need to write it down, feel free. Benefits to drivers include. All right, so this is the benefits for y'all. Earn more with dispatch payments. Easy to use technology, no enrollment. All accessible vehicles have easy to use TPEP/LPEP devices with a touchscreen system. Take trips on anywhere and serve more passengers. So those are the benefits of being a TLC driver. Visit the TLC website rules section and read the rulebook title. So anything you need, that when you leave here and you need any information, don't call nobody. Please, I'm begging you. Everybody think they know something. You need information, go on the TLC and Chapter 80 will give you the breakdown of everything. that you need to know to help you to move on to whatever situation you're in. Okay, guys? Don't ask nobody for no advice. Everybody always think they know something based on their experience, you know? So feel free to write on that too. Moving along. Below is a summary of pertinent terms and regulations. All right, so anybody that did the wave course, always remember to put your wave card in the compartment because the TLC officers, recently now, they running up on people. I'm hearing a lot of stories. They're running up on these guys and be like, you have your wave? Let me see your wave. And some of these guys, they be telling me they can't find it because they put it somewhere or whatever.
The wave is a little card.
Yeah, the little card.
Got it. I
A
got
lot of people may be misplacing
No,
the word.
I got it.
So TLC now, they're coming at us now and telling the instructors now to let y'all know to put the wave card in the glove compartment because they're having a lot of wave fines coming up. It's an algorithm now.
What the word card? What the?
No, the card, like when you do this, when you do this course, the 3-hour course, yeah, they give you a card. So you have to have the card. The TLC officers be running up in you unexpected and they just be asking. But you know, a lot of stuff be on your mind and stuff. You will put it somewhere, you know.
I don't even know.
No, if I don't do that.
Yes, but I've never had the card.
No, if
Yeah,
you don't do the course, don't worry about it. You good. That's how you know that you're not doing the course. But you will know if you do the course because when you drive it, you know probably when you drive, you know be driving at this stable vehicles. So automatically coming for you, you know. So make sure you put it in the glove compartment because some guys feel on top here.
Is the one.
Yeah. Put it in the glove compartment that you can just grab real quick.
So,
They're going hard on that right now, huh?
if it is that misplaced.
Oh, if you
I don't make that
misplace it.
What
Alright, I have to give you information. That's a good question. I'm glad you told me that. Alright, before the class, I'm gonna give you information of misplacement of a wave card. That's a good question. Alright, wheelchair accessible vehicles. This is a TLC vehicle like a minivan that has been converted to transport passengers who use wheelchairs. Approved drivers. A TLC driver will successfully complete a 3-hour wave driver training and is certified to drive a wave. Nissan NV200. Anybody drive that? Nobody? Toyota Sienna Dodge Caravan. Nobody? Alright, cool.
I am.
Are you?
Sienna.
A Sienna?
Wheelchair.
Nice. I know it lasts long. The mileage is long.
Yeah.
It runs good with the gas in it. Alright, it's recommended vehicle to convert a wave yellow cab. Other popular vehicles, I told you that already. Move on to page 20. Vehicle conversion. It costs approximately 16,000. To convert a vehicle, and the city is offering a grant to drivers to cover this cost partially. If interested, TLC drivers can own up to 5 wheelchair accessible green taxis. E-hail is an electronic hail or request for transportation using an e-hail app on an electronic device. Only yellow taxi cabs or green borough taxi can accept trips requested by e-hail. So it's only the green and the yellow. E-hail applications allow passengers to hail yellow and green, including wheelchair accessible taxis using a smartphone. Approved e-hail apps include, so these are the apps. Once you have the e-hail, these are the apps you can use and you will get service from the taxis. Arrow, Curb, Miley, Via, Wave, and Wakanda. If you need any more information, feel free to write down this link. Take a picture, anything you want to do. Fatigue driver prevention. The following list of rules and regulations are related to NYSDMV, referred to as the Vehicle Traffic Law, VTL. These rules govern all drivers in New York State, not just TLC drivers. Fatigue driving prevention rules. Number 1, study shows that driving while fatigued, tired, can be as dangerous as driving after heavy drinking. Fatigue slows down your ability to react, resulting in a higher risk of crashing your vehicle. fatigue driving is not only dangerous for drivers, it is also dangerous for everyone on New York City streets. With the new fatigue driving prevention rules, TLC licensed drivers may drive with passengers for up to 10 hours in a 24-hour period or up to 60 hours in a week, Monday through Sunday. Only passenger time counts towards the daily and weekly limits. Okay, I will show you on that breakdown just now. How TLC commutes driving time. TLC will begin to count, listen, passenger time to determine if a driver has gone beyond the daily or weekly limit. Pickup and drop-off data will come from FHV bases and TPEP and LPEP systems. Y'all with me so far? All right, drivers should track the amount of time they spend with passengers. Remember that, guys. Careful not to go over daily and weekly passenger time limits. By tracking passenger time, drivers will know when they can accept a new trip. If you are an FHV driver who accepts dispatchment from multiple bases, your passenger time will be totaled from all bases. If a driver gets stuck in the traffic with a passenger in the car, then that time in the traffic is counted towards the hour limits. But if a driver is cruising for a new trip and gets stuck in traffic, that time is not counted towards the driving limits because no passenger is in the vehicle. Drivers can reset their 24-hour clock by not driving passengers for 8 hours. After 8-hour break, the driver can begin counting 10 hours of passenger time. Okay? Always be sure to stay under the weekly 60-hour limit. And at the bottom here is 2 passengers, 2 trips, and the windows and the breakdowns. Take 2 minutes and look at it really fast. Exception, moving on to page 21, when we finish. Exception to the 10-hour rule. If you are under a 10-hour passenger limit time, when you begin your final trip of the day, anytime from the last trip that goes over your daily 10-hour limit will not count towards your daily hour limit, okay? But it will come towards your weekly. So if you went over a day, it's not going to add up for that day, it's going to add up the hours for the week, which is the 60 hours. Understand so far? All right, moving along. And they give you examples. I don't have to give you that example. All right, you need any information? This is the website and the driver's favorite. Take a picture, write it down. When you go home, you need any more information by yourself? Huh? Yeah. Hello. All right, so moving along to lesson 5, Vision 0. Safe driving practices, and then Vision 0 after. Let me clarify this one. 5A, page 22. Driver on a road. The New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission holds the annual TLC Safety on a Road ceremony to celebrate the achievements of NYC outstanding licensed taxi drivers. The TLC has high standards for its 185,000 licensed drivers, and on a 1 mile per mile basis, TLC are some of the safest drivers on NYC streets. To determine the honor roll, the TLC reviews all of its licensed drivers' records and identifies drivers who have over 4 or more years, not a single crash, resulting in an injury, a single traffic violation, or a single violation of TLC safety-related rules. Anybody do the honor roll? Nobody? Y'all still good? I still make y'all. All right, so drivers who are selected for safety honor roll represent a truly elite group, okay? Moving along. TLC safety honor roll also honors taxi fleets, car service bases, and commuter van companies with superior safety records. So they'll get honor roll certificates also. These businesses play a crucial role in promoting safe driving practices in the for-hire transportation industry. All right, moving along. TLC Accessibility Honor Roll recognized drivers who have distinguished themselves as excellent providers of accessible service to our city's wheelchair users. These yellow and green taxi drivers represent the highest and most consistent trip providers in the accessible dispatch program. TLC also honor drivers that provide excellent customer service. These drivers went above and beyond with their passengers who sent their compliments to TLC. Moving along, Vision Zero. In 2000, Vision Zero is an initiative of the Mayor's Office to eliminate traffic fatalities by the year 2024. The City of New York must no longer regard traffic crashes as mere accidents, but rather as preventable incidents that can be systematically addressed. No level of fatalities on the city streets inevitable or acceptable. This Vision Zero action plan is the city's foundation for ending traffic deaths and injuries in our streets. By creating a New York who are all engaged and educated on street safety and who prioritize sharing the streets, we can create a New York where injuries and fatalities on the road do not exist. Crashes are preventable, and it takes all of us to make our streets safer. Together we can make a difference. This is the website. You need any more information about Vision Zero, that's the website.
New York City is the greatest city in the world, and you get to drive it every day. Nobody knows the streets of New York better than a for-hire driver, but it's also one busy place, so you need to be at your best every shift, every day. The choices you make when you drive, how fast you go, where you look when you turn, even whether you're waking up to start the ignition, can mean life or death. On average, vehicles seriously injure or kill New Yorkers every 2 hours. Vision Zero aims to end traffic-related deaths, and you're a vital part of this mission. In this video, you'll see 5 of the most common unsafe driving behaviors that lead to deadly collisions, and get some guidance on how to prevent crashes from happening in the first place. That was a close one. Driver, step on it, please. I've got tickets for this year that I can't be late.
I can't hold the charger, but I can get you there safely.
Well, just my luck. I've got the safest cab drive in all of the world.
Look, I don't speed because it's a leading cause of traffic deaths in New York City.
Then proceed safely. Sorry, buddy. My fault. Remember, drivers, take passengers to turn and look behind them before they open their door. And for your own safety, use your right arm to open your door. That'll encourage you to turn and look behind you as well. Mr. Collins, I'm start working on the Jenny, and hey, whoa. Yo,
Hey, buddy, what's the holdup?
I got road work here, big time road work. Go on the bike lane.
I can't drive in the bike lane. That's dangerous.
There's no cyclists around here.
What do you mean? My wife can kick back in the city all the time. I'd rather take the long way and keep cyclists safe.
Jake, the cyclists coming through here, man, it's 100 to 1. Maybe 2. Yeah, go this way. I don't want you driving through the bike lane anyway. Sorry, long day. You know, fatigue really affects your reaction time. Yo! Hey. No, I'm good. I just gotta get some coffee.
If you're ready to bed, you're not ready to drive. Come on. I think it's time for you to take a break. Good call. Come on, get in.
And that was an important one, folks. But remember, there's going to be some very crucial information coming up that you really want to pay close attention to. I'm sorry, guys. And I'm just walking with this thing. Imagine trying to drive and do this at the same time. Forget about it. Hey, pick me up, please. Come on.
I can't.
You know you want to.
No, I'm okay.
Don't you want to check Facebook?
No.
Don't you want to check the news?
No.
Don't you want to text your wife? No. Please, I'll keep quiet. I know you can hear me. Wait, no. Come on, please, I'll behave. You always need to keep an eye out for pedestrians and cyclists before you make a turn, particularly a left turn.
That's right. Left turns are especially tricky because your view is obstructed by the frame of the car, which makes it harder to see pedestrians.
You see me, right? Now you don't. But now you see me. Now you don't. Yes. No. And remember, folks, when it comes to turning, don't cut corners. Good night, Mike.
So I bring it to New York.
Adventure. Danger. You got any suggestions?
It's actually my job to avoid danger. You'd be surprised what's unsafe.
Try me.
Believe it or not, left turns. In fact, they're 3 times more dangerous than right turns.
I wouldn't have thought that. Tell me more.
First off, hard to see pedestrians in the crosswalk. While the turns lead to higher speeds, they require much
right turn. I want to hit that Empire State Building of yours.
Got you.
You have seen some real and imagined scenarios you'll encounter every day while driving in the greatest city in the world. And it's up to you to put safety first. Safety for yourself and your passengers. Safety for cyclists. And of course, the millions of pedestrians throughout New York City. Help make New York the safest city in the world. Yo, taxi!
All right, same page 22 at the bottom. As a driver, your job is to provide safe service for the riding public. This means driving safely and sharing the road with pedestrians and cyclists. Vision Zero is changing the culture of driving and making the New York City safer for everyone. Drive like your family lives here. TLC licensed drivers play an important role in our city. You drive more hours of the day than most other people. You know the streets better than anyone else. It's important that you take the lead in ensuring the safety of our streets. A fatal or serious injury traffic crash impacts everyone involved, the person who was hurt or killed, their family, their community, and the driver. These crashes are preventable and depend on your choices. So at the bottom here is reminders, safety related reminders to help you. Number one, pause and wait before you turn, especially left turn. That's the blind spot on the frame of the car, the vehicle. Turn slowly and expect people in the crosswalk every time. Give pedestrians space. Stop at the stop bar, not in the crosswalk. Slow it down. The speed limit is 25 miles per hour. Neighborhood slowdown takes at least 20 miles per hour on a residential street. Okay? Look in all directions. Even if you are on a one-way street, guys, remember, you have people with skateboards, you have people with all these different electronic devices. Pay attention to them. Eyes on the road. Look in a way for 4 seconds at a 25 miles per hour is like driving an entire block with a blindfold on. Allow plenty of travel time and be aware of delays or hazard. Remember, the fastest route is never the safest route. Allow plenty of traveling time and I said that right. Alcohol and other drugs, including prescriptions and over-the-counter painkillers, can cause drowsiness and blurred vision. They can slow your reflexes and impair decision making. All right, those are the reminders. Moving along, 5C. Most common safety rule violation and summonses. Number one, if you speed, you will get a ticket. Failure to yield, pedestrian ticket. Using a cell phone, texting while driving, the 5-finger rule, ticket. Violating red lights, ticket. Making improper turns, ticket. Disobeying traffic laws, ticket. Okay, so those are the areas. Once you stay out of them areas, you're good. Your license is not going to get touched. Okay? All right. Moving along, 5D. Cooper Law, 2014. This allows TLC to suspend, from 2014, suspend the TLC license of a cab driver involved in a crash that results in a death or critical injury. If a TLC licensee is convicted of a traffic violation or crime for causing such a crash, the law requires the agency to revoke that person's TLC license. The law was named after 9-year-old Cooper Stock was killed by a yellow cab driver who failed to yield. This is one of the several traffic safety measures adopted to advance Mayor de Blasio Vision Zero initiative. A fatal or serious injury traffic crash impacts everyone involved. The person who was hurt, their family, their community, and the driver. These crashes are preventable and depend on your choices. According to NY DOT traffic rules, pedestrian rules, you can check it out. It's section 4-04, chapter 4, title 4. Check it out, guys. Pedestrians subject to traffic rules. Right way in crosswalk. Operators to yield pedestrian in crosswalk. Pedestrians shall not cross in front of oncoming vehicle. Vehicles stop for pedestrian. Restrictions on crossing. Operators to exercise due care, hitchhiking and soliciting prohibited. Taking, talking or selling, soliciting rides, washing, polishing, cleaning and assisting, open in and closing. Those are the areas. If you need more information, check it out on TLC website. You got more. Right. So we covered that, we covered that. All right, let's move on to this one.
Approximately 4,000 New Yorkers are seriously injured and more than 250 are killed each year in traffic crashes. On average, vehicles seriously injure or kill a New Yorker every 2 hours. Your choices matter. These are the stories of 5 families who lost loved ones in a traffic crash.
I was hitchhiking on the street in Cambridge in 1971. I was 21 and he was 22.
Mary Beth Kelly, partner of Carl Henry Knott.
Henry was a New York City kid. He grew up on 18th Street in Bensonhurst. He put himself through college and medical school by driving a New York City yellow cab.
José fue mi primer hijo, era mi compañero.
Belkis and Josiel Rivera, mother and brother of Josel Rivera.
Luego de la muerte de mi esposo, José ocupó el lugar de su padre. Puedo decir que era mi mejor amigo.
Back when we were living in an apartment, I'd have to carry her up and down the stairs because she can't.
She didn't want to sleep.
She can't sleep. That's the way to get my exercise back then.
Amy, Chipe, and Preston Liao, mother, father, and brother of Allison Liao.
She definitely makes the life at home a little more interesting. Preston's definitely a lot more quieter. He listened to rules more. Allison was a little more on the rambunctious side.
He was an artist. He loved to paint.
Lizzie and Lunita Rahman, mother and sister of Asif Rahman.
My house was always full of noise. Happy noises, laughter, and beatboxing, and him playing with his little brother, or making fun of his sister.
She loved candy. I used to pick her up sometimes after school, and then I'll take her to the store to buy her some candy. And I used to buy her a lot of candy. All those little things that you aren't supposed to eat because they're gonna mess with your teeth. And then when she finally got the job at Dylan's, it's kind of like, all right, that suits me very, very well.
Greg Thompson Jr., brother of Renee Thompson.
The best of us, I used to call it. It was always playful when I said it, but I meant it.
It was sort of an ordinary day for our lives.
I was in my room working, pretty ordinary day.
Allie was actually with grandma's house, because she liked to stay there anyway. And for us, at least we had a little time for ourselves to, at least focus on a little task that we've been meaning to do.
I was trying to make a gluten-free banana bread.
Yeah.
Henry called me before my last clients, and he said, "Hey, it's a gorgeous night. How about if you and I ride our bikes down the greenway?"
We get a text message from my nephew. We just kind of thought it's one of those regular routines. We might have to go to the emergency room, but everything will be okay.
My father and my mother were rushing. They were getting dressed, rushing. They said, Renee's down at the precinct.
Somebody knocked on the door, and my little boy, nephew, opened the door, and he told me, "Mom, there are police."
I got woken up by my mother. She ran into my room. She opened the door. She was like, "Chanel, Jasiel, get up. There's detectives here, and I think there's something wrong with your brother."
We did drive out to the emergency room. I think I dropped you off first.
He dropped me off, and then I went in there, and there was Allie's shoes, and there was blood on it, and I was just so dazed. There's a light for anyone on the bike path, and it was green, and so we continued through the intersection, and all of a sudden there were headlights bearing down on us, and I slammed on my brakes, and I thought I was going to go flying right over my bike into this tow truck that was just taking the turn without any regard for the fact that we were there, and we had blinking white lights on the front, and I stopped, and I looked, and I saw that Henry was probably not going to make it, and it hit him, and it threw him into another tow truck that was parked there, and I threw my bike to the ground. I ran over to him, and he was trying to get up and couldn't.
June 22nd, 2006, West Side Highway and 38th Street, Manhattan. Carl Henry Nacht, age 56, was hit and killed by a tow truck making a turn while he was riding his bike on the greenway. Henry had the green light.
My mom kept screaming, "She's no longer with us. She's no longer with us." And I remember feeling really, really overwhelmed. Like there's no way this can be happening. There's no way.
July 31st, 2013, 3rd Avenue and 60th Street, Manhattan. Renee Thompson, age 16, was hit and killed by a turning truck as she was crossing the street in the crosswalk. She was coming home from her job at Dylan's Candy Bar.
I guess one of the head doctors ended up coming over to us, and I had to explain that they've been working on Allie for at least a half an hour.
And they had to stop. And they were pumping her heart for half an hour, but it wouldn't start. And they gave her blood, but it wouldn't start. And I remember holding her arms, and I said, "Take my blood." She said it wouldn't work.
October 6, 2013, Main Street and Cherry Avenue, Queens. Allison Liao, age 3, was hit and killed by a car making a left turn while she was crossing the street in the crosswalk with the walk signal. She was holding her grandmother's hand.
Es como que si de repente se te va la vida. Es un dolor que no tiene explicación. Es dolor, es angustia, es rabia a la misma vez. Es ¿por qué? Porque a mi hijo, porque murió de esa manera.
December 26, 2011, Montchalou Parkway and Paul Avenue, the Bronx. Josbel Rivera, age 23, was killed in a hit and run as he crossed the street. Josbel was left lying in the street for 2 hours before a person spotted him and called 911.
I don't really know, maybe I'm a very hard person. I couldn't cry in front of the doctors. As soon as the doctors left the room, I was banging my head on the wall. I want to go see my brother. I touched his face, kissed him. But that's it. You know, someone's gone, they're just gone, just like that. There's nothing you can do.
February 28th, 2008, Queens Boulevard at 55th Road, Queens. Asif Rahman, age 22, was struck and killed by a truck while he was riding his bicycle on the street.
Everybody goes on, you know, with their lives the next day, don't know about this, don't know what happens, and the city seems like the same place, but it's never the same to us.
The dashboard camera of an approaching car recorded Allison Liao and her grandmother as they were struck by the vehicle.
We know now that definitely the car made a left turn, ran her over with the left front tire, and also ran her over with the rear tire too. So she ran over twice that day. I think my mom was hysterical basically. She saw what exactly happened.
She's not the same person. We're not the same people.
Everything changed. Everything changed. Okay? I don't even know of anything that remained the same. Not about myself, not about my parents, not about Belinda. There is nothing that's the same anymore.
It could have been avoided if there was.
If you wait until your headlights burn out, you can lose up to 50 feet of visibility. Switch to Sylvania today. See better tonight.
Thoughtfulness, slowing down, looking. If we didn't assume that everything had to be done so damn fast.
I think what's so difficult about this is that it's preventable. This driver really made some bad decisions. Like, we know that there was alcohol in the system, however much that contributed to his being distracted when he was making the left turn. He's a driver that didn't make careful, conscious decisions. You're in a car that weighs maybe a ton or two. You're protected, you're enclosed in steel glass. A pedestrian is not, a bicyclist is not.
Vehicles are weapons. They can be just as destructive as a gun can be. If the driver that hit my sister was more considerate and he yielded, he just stopped, he paused for a second as he made the turn, then maybe my sister would be here today.
Is it really worth it to try to push through the red light? Is it worth it to get ahead of the car in front of you? Is it worth it to get around the cyclist perhaps? That's sharing your lane.
We're all in this together, and we all share these streets. And if we harm someone in our community, we harm the community.
Todo el mundo tiene familia, tienen hermanos, tienen primos, tienen tíos, tienen madre, tienen hijos. Piensen en su familia, piensen que ustedes no quieren ese dolor para su familia. একটা প্রাণ যাওয়া মানে তার সাথে একটু পরিবার যাওয়া। আবার আসিফের সাথে আমাদের ফ্যামিলিটা শেষ হয়ে গেছে। সবাই চেষ্টা করবেন সাবধানে গাড়ি চালাতে।
Drive like your sister lives here.
Drive like your partner lives here.
Drive like your brother lives here. Manejen como si sus hijos viven aquí. গাড়ি চালানোর সময় মনে করবেন আপনার বাচ্চা এই পথে।
Drive like your children live here.
Okay, guys. Moving along. 5B. Page 24. Proper procedure when involved in a collision. A driver who knows or should have not known that a collision involving a driver vehicle resulted in personal injury to another or damage to another property must stop before leaving the scene of the collision. And if the other involved party is present, must show his or her chauffeur license, TLC license, and where applicable, rate card or vehicle license to the other party involved in the incident. Give the other involved party or the police his or her name, chauffeur license number, TLC driver's license, and any other vehicle and license type identification, as well as the name of the vehicle insurance carrier and the insurance policy number. At the bottom here is the breakdown of your TLC and your DMV license if you get points on what's going to happen. And this is, let's say you have an incident today. This is from today, go 15 months back. That's how they do, that's how they calculate to see if they could, whatever actions they want to do with your license. So the first one, just your TLC license. Within a 50-month period, you went over 6 points, less than 10 points, that's suspension for a whole month. If you combine it with your DMV and your TLC, same thing, a whole month. TLC points, more than 10 points, they will revoke you. If you combine it with your two license, that's the same thing. That's how they're breaking it out. Okay, moving along, critical driver program. Points in this program refers to those are set by the DMV. The TLC will suspend or revoke a driver's license if the driver has too many DMV points. You need any more information? Chapter 80, as I told you earlier on the TLC website. If a driver accumulates 6 or more points, but fewer than 10 points within 50 months, the TLC will suspend their TLC license for 30 days. If a driver accumulates 10 or more points on their license in a 50-month period, the TLC will revoke their license. How multiple points from a single incident are handled. For a driver who has been found guilty of multiple violations arising from a single incident, the commission will consider the driver guilty of the single violation with the highest number of points. Be careful outside, guys. License suspension for both the DMV license and the TLC license is suspension, meaning you cannot drive for a specified period of time, but you will eventually get your license returned sometime in the future. The TLC license will be suspended for 10 days when a driver accumulates 6 to 9 combined TLC/DMV points in a 50-month period, counting backwards from the most recent convicted date. License revocation. This means your license is completely taken away, and after a specified time period, you have to reapply to get your license reinstated. But there's no, how big that word is, no guarantee. So don't even try to go down that road, guys. You will ever get your license back. The TLC license will revoke for 3 years when a driver accumulates 10 or more combined TLC/DMV points within the convicted date, right? If your points are only DMV, not TLC, then you can go back and reapply in a year, not 3 years. Tips for avoiding points and protecting your license. Comply with the rules and traffic laws, understanding on license activities and follow the license rules and requirements. Maintain proper conduct and uphold all laws and cooperate with law enforcement. Comply with Vision Zero safety laws. Understand the penalties. That's why I was showing you the videos. Moving along, 26, lesson 6. 6A, customer service best practices. As a driver, you are a professional. Remember that, guys, and will encounter many customers from different walks of life on a daily basis. It is important to provide good customer service to passengers who trust in you to drive them from point A to point B. We have the following recommendations for providing great customer service and acting with great professionalism while you do your job. Number 1, greetings. Always give the customer a warm greeting. Be sure the customer can hear you and make eye contact. Ask the destination and repeat. Make sure you have the correct destination. Repeat it back to make sure you are 100% correct. Ask the preferred route. Make sure you take the route the customer is expecting. If the customer is late, then they may want to discuss what you think is the best one. Practice the art of conversation. Ask the customer, how are you doing? If you are lucky, you might meet someone new and interested. While we encourage you to speak to your customer, it's important to concentrate on your driving and keep your eyes on the road. Be helpful and courteous. For example, for airport transfers, a courteous driver will offer to help the customer with their bags and be sure to open and close their doors for them. Handle lost properties inappropriately. When a lost item property is found by a driver in a taxi cab, SHL, or FHV, the driver must return the property to the passenger if possible. Otherwise, it must be taken without delay to a police precinct as directed by NYPD or the vehicle's base. A driver cannot demand payment for the return of the property. If the property is not returned to the passenger, the driver must promptly inform the commission of the details regarding the found property and the location where it's held. For airport trips, immediately after completing a trip, the driver must inspect the interior of the vehicle and the trunk compartment to ensure the passenger has collected their property. Diffusing difficult situations. Stop the vehicle when and where you consider it to be safe. Remain in the driver's seat area if appropriate. Request the difficult passenger to exit from the TLC vehicle. Do not physically handle the passenger unless you are acting in self-defense. Call 911 or the base and wait for police to arrive. So those are the steps you should take. Refusing a passenger. Service refusal is a serious offense. Drivers should know that they must accept passengers under mandatory transport, especially passengers with, number 1, mobility aids, service animals, attendants, luggage, passenger using e-hail application or accessible dispatch. 6B, overview of sexual harassment. Do not ever make sexual jokes and innuendos in the presence of your customer. Consider whether difference in culture, religion, or background might make someone uncomfortable with your actions. Never discriminate against passengers based on gender, gender identity, expression, or sexual orientation. Transgender and gender non-conforming persons are protected under the human rights law. Behaviors that are considered as sexual harassment may include, number 1, unwelcome spoken, written, or physical conduct of a sexual nature. Making inappropriate jokes, comments, or actions. Making inappropriate comments about a passenger's physical appearance. Making or asking inappropriate questions about their marital status or personal life. Making sexual jokes on innuendos in the presence of your customer. A driver should also consider whether difference in culture, religion, or background might make someone uncomfortable with their actions. All right, so skip 6C. Come down to providers of public accommodations. And this includes TLC, drivers may not discriminate against persons in protected classes, all right? All right, I'll read this one for you. Turn to page 28. We spoke about that already. Circumstances for which it is inappropriate to refuse a passenger. All TLC drivers are allowed to refuse passengers for illegal activities like smoking a cigarette inside of the vehicle. Drivers are advised to ask the passenger 2 times to stop before asking them to exit the vehicle. In these instances, be sure to drop off in a safe location. Actions to take if a driver is assaulted. If you are assaulted, call 911 and file an incident report with the police. Next, contact TLC External Affairs who can provide additional support for victims of assault. Moving on, lesson 7. Oh, wow. No. Disability, etiquette, and way securement skills training. 7A, overview of ADA and accessible NYC. And this was passed 1990. It's a civil rights law prohibiting discrimination against people with disabilities in all areas of public life, including the jobs, the schools, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to the general public. Just like no one can discriminate on the basis of race, color of skin, religion, sex, or national origin, the same applies for people with the disability. Although the ADA does not provide a specific list of disabilities, it does protect anyone with disabilities of physical or mental impairment that limits their ability to perform one or more major life activities. There are estimated 916,000 people with disabilities living in New York City, representing 11% of the total population. Over 1 million use wheelchairs and approximately 7 to 9 million people with disabilities visit each year. People with disabilities and those with limited mobility have the same right to transportation as everyone else. In 2016, Mayor Office for People with the Disability created Accessible NYC to improve the quality of transportation for New Yorkers with disabilities. The purpose of this initiative is to empower the disability community by providing a great number of wheelchair accessible transportation resources that will help them better access all that NYC has to offer. And at the bottom here is the resources. Taxi is one, FHV is one, fire vehicles, Accessor IAR, subways, buses, iRide NYC. So those are provided for the disability people. 7B, introduction to person first language. Imagine that you were talking to someone who has prosthetic hand, but you couldn't really listen to what the person was saying because you were too focused on the hand. After some time, that person would feel uncomfortable and would probably not want to talk to you any longer. To avoid this type of situation, you want to focus on the person first, not their disability. The same ideas apply in language. We know it's a person first language. You would not only want to say the blind person, instead one might say the person that blind or can't see, or to be less specific, the man in the blue shirt. Always focus your attention on the person instead of their disability. At the bottom here is the breakdown of what you're supposed to say and what you're not supposed to say. On the left side, handicap, you're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to say person with a disability. Crippled, you're not supposed to say that. A man with a crutches or cane or assist device. Confined, you're not supposed to say that. The person in the power chair or the person who is paralyzed. Bound to a wheelchair. Wheelchair user, do not say bound to a wheelchair. Dumb or deaf, don't call nobody dumb. hard of hearing, impaired, can't say that. Person with X disability. Retarded, don't call nobody retarded. Intellectual disabled. Page 30. Table 1 gives a few examples of appropriate language to use when referring to an individual who has disability or is in a wheelchair user. Language to avoid. Please keep in mind, even if you have often used these words in your personal life, some people find them to be mildly or severely offensive. It is imperative that as a professional driver and a AADTC and TLC representative, you use appropriate language at all times. Just remember to treat everyone the same. Do not single out people because of a physical or intellectual difference. Doing so can have a demeaning and demoralizing effect on people. 7C, range of disabilities which drivers may encounter. Wage drivers will encounter passengers with range of physical, developmental, and intellectual disability. And in some cases, the disability may not even be apparent. Below, we have listed some of the types of disabilities that you might encounter as a wage driver. Mobility disability affect an individual's ability to move around. For example, they may need to use a cane, crutch, or wheelchair. Different types of wheelchair are discussed later in this document. In some cases, passengers can operate their own wheelchair, and in other cases, someone may need assist the individual by pushing the wheelchair. Here are some tips to help you work more effectively with people with these disabilities. People with these. Tip 1, ask if they need assistance with moving the wheelchair. Do not assume that they do. Number 2, locate the brakes on the wheelchair. If you are not sure, then ask the passenger. Number 3, when assisting with a wheelchair on or off the curb, make sure you lean the wheelchair towards you, not away from you, and remember to use your leg muscle, not your back. And at the bottom is an example how you're supposed to do it. If you need to practice after the lessons, you can practice here if you want to. I can show it to you. 31. Vision, speech, and or hearing disability. In some instances, the passenger disability may be obvious to you. Sometimes the person with a disability will inform you of their condition and sometimes not. Here are some tips to help you work more effectively with people with these types of disabilities. Number 1, when assisting a blind or visually impaired passenger, it's good to practice to ask the passenger if they will be needing assistance, rather assuming they do. Reach in to grab and hold of their arm could startle the passenger. So it's best to extend your forearm or offer your shoulder for support if they feel necessary. If the passenger has trouble speaking, if he speaks slowly or he speaks with a stutter, the experience can be more challenging and stressful for that individual. Remember to be patient by waiting, listening carefully, and focusing your full attention on the passenger. If necessary, ask the passenger politely to repeat themselves. This may seem frustrating to the passenger, but it is better to be sure than to make a mistake. For example, if the driver assumed they understood, instead of confirming what the passenger said, they could end up taking the passenger to an incorrect address. Be face-to-face during challenges conversation to help you better understand what they are saying. If the driver is not able to understand the passenger's speech, seeing their facial expression and hand movements will make it easy for the driver to understand. This is also important when communicating with individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing, since these people are often able to read lips. Intellectual developmental disability. These are chronic disabilities which can be physical, cognitive, or both are related to thought processes. Passenger with an intellectual developmental disability whom you encounter may be in a power wheelchair, and they may also be accompanied by an assistant who will aid you as you help your passenger into the vehicle. The assistant may also communicate with you on behalf of your passenger and may accompany the passenger on the trip in your vehicle. Examples including conditions such as cerebral palsy, epilepsy, Down syndrome, to name a few. These types of passengers are accompanied by aides and can assist you with the passenger. And on the bottom here is the other types of disabled people. Number one, psychosocial. They have a behavioral health condition. Balance coordination, difficult standing, walking without assistance. Paralysis, complete or partial loss of sensation. Temperature sensitivity, may have difficulty adjusting to a hot or cold climate in the vehicle. Chemical sensitivity, like perfume or whatever you want to say, may be sensitive to certain smells or fabrics in the vehicle based on your chemical composition. Missing limbs, prosthetic, loss of limbs or extremities, usually due to an accident. Shortness of breath, disorder of cardiac or respiratory system, fatigue or pain. As people get older, they are tired easily and feel pain in their joints, backs and legs, etc. Limited range of motion. In a traumatic injury, an individual can suffer flexibility and movements. This can be permanent or temporary and usually treated by a therapy. Page 32, invisible disability. A non-apparent disability that you may not be aware of through observation. For example, someone may be physically appearing fine but could be going through their first stages of cancer or any other underlying disease that at first may not be visible to the eye. All right, so so far so good. Everybody understand? I'm trying to cover as much as possible. Time is not enough. Assistant animals, we're moving along. Assistant animals. Some animals may live in the home of an owner/handler and are not be considered or treated as pets. These animals are providing a service or provide assistance or company to a person with disabilities. These animals are not necessarily specific to just dogs, but rather could be any number of types of trained animals. ESA or emotional support animals or therapy animals are also considered assistant animals. As TLC drivers, we do not have the authority to or right to ask for documents to prove these animals qualify as assistant animals. You need any more information? A on the rules of this. Okay? It says that you can refuse to transport a passenger that is accompanied by an animal that is not properly secure or in a suitable container. However, this does not apply to service animals accompanying people with disability. And if you want more information, Rule 53, right now if you want. Service animals and companions say that an approved driver must accept and provide transportation in accessible taxi cabs for mobility impaired passenger service animals, and for as many companions as can be legally seated in the vehicle. The fine for violating this rule is $350 for the first offense. So it starts from $350 go up. The New York civil rights law requires public facilities to allow access to assistant animals and defines a service animal in the same way. As a dog that individually trained to perform tasks or do work for the benefit of a person with a disability. As mentioned, there are three types of assistant animals. Number one, service animal. By law, American with Disability Act 1990 are permitted to enter public spaces. So the service animals could go in public spaces. This law states that the transportation services must be provided to all people with disabilities as well as their service animals. These important animals are trained to assist a single person and can tolerate a wide variety of environment and people. The second animal is a therapy animal. These are trained to tolerate a wide variety of environments and people and provide companionship and emotional support to many people. The third animal, emotional support. Support single person with mental health issues. So those are the three service animals. Moving along, 7D, for hire. Drivers must serve everyone, including people with disability. Federal, state, and local laws stipulate that the requirement that for hire drivers must provide service to people with disabilities. These include the ADA, and the NYC Human Rights Law. American society values all individuals, and thus making the extra effort to help the underserved in our communities is the right thing to do. Every person has the right to pursue happiness and earn a living, and all too often the lack of transportation can create an unsurmountable barrier. All FHB drivers and way drivers in particular should be proud to be helping those who are in the greatest need of their services. 7E, accessibility programs for passengers with disabilities. Accessible dispatch. Passengers with disabilities cannot be charged a fare which is higher simply because they have disability. However, providing transportation service to an individual with a disability can take significantly more time than a typical ride. The Accessible Dispatch Program is designed to help FHB drivers to more effectively serve this population by providing incentives for drivers to offset potential financial hardship caused by excess, number one, waiting, 2, deadhead miles, and 3, cancellations and no-shows. The New York City Taxi Limousine Commission first launched Accessible Dispatch in September 2012, with the use of taxi yellow vehicles and street hail livery green vehicles. This accessibility program was originally available only in Manhattan, but is now available in all the 5 boroughs. The Accessible Dispatch software is used to connect passengers who have disability or use mobility device with taxicabs and SHL drivers with access to wave. Passengers can request a ride directly from the app or by calling a live dispatcher, and we spoke about that earlier. All licensed TLC drivers, whether they are wave or not, are required to serve passengers regardless of their disability and can be fined for refusing to do so. However, please remember that even drivers who do not have a wave are required to serve people with disabilities unless prevented by the physical limitation of your vehicle or yourself. For example, if your FHB is a sedan and you are hailed to pick up a passenger in a wheelchair, do not assume the passenger has chosen the wrong vehicle. You must, number 1, introduce yourself. Number 2, ask for his or her name to confirm the right person. Then ask if the passenger needs assistance and able to transfer from the wheelchair into the vehicle. And at the bottom here, you could just look at it for like 2 seconds, the conversation between a passenger and a driver.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we were founded as a not-for-profit with a mission dedicated to your financial well-being. Because when you're a member, it all starts and ends with you. Navy Federal Credit Union, our members are the mission.
Trente, what's good?
Tony, what's good?
Welcome to the Wheelchair Accessible Vehicle Driver Training Series. In this video, we will cover everything you need to know to prepare your vehicle, pick up and properly secure passengers, end the trip, and get paid. You will be providing an important service for New Yorkers and visitors with all types of disabilities. So there's a lot to know to make sure your passengers are safe, comfortable, and happy. Preparing for the trip. Before you pick up passengers, and before you start driving, you'll need to get your vehicle ready for the trip. This video will help you prepare. To get started, make sure to clean your vehicle of extra items so nothing is in the way when you pick up a passenger who uses a wheelchair. By doing this before you go out, you're saving time and money during your shift. Next, locate your seatbelt extenders
and rear floor securements, so you can get to them easily when helping a passenger. Inspect all of your equipment and make sure that all your belts are in good working order. If you think about it, you wouldn't take your own car out with a flat tire, so don't take your wheelchair accessible vehicle out without working equipment. After checking the belts, place them in a bag you can easily get to. Next, you need to test your front floor securements. But to reach the securements, you need to do a few things first. Use the ramp handhold to pull the ramp out to gain access to the rear passenger area. Then, in the back seat, use the car ignition key to release the shoulder belts so they don't get caught when you fold the seats down. Push down the headrest and fold all the seats down. Pull up the lower seat straps and fold the seats forward. Now you're ready to test the front floor securements. Push the front retractor release button on the wall to release the securements. Then, pull out and retract the securements to make sure that they work properly. Make sure to press the wall button when you finish. Next, test the rear floor securements. Slide them into place on the vehicle floor and make sure they can pull out and retract properly. If you are the owner of your vehicle, please note that it is your responsibility to make sure that all equipment is working before starting your shift. If you are not an owner and have any issues, tell your garage or the vehicle owner so that they can fix the equipment or give you another vehicle for your shift. If you feel like your garage or vehicle owner did not fix the problem, send an email to the TLC's Driver Protection Unit at driverprotection@tlc.nyc.gov. If everything works, then you're ready to get out on the road. Picking up a passenger who uses a wheelchair. When picking up a passenger who uses a wheelchair, you have a couple of options. You can take a request from your driver information monitor, or you can also take a street hail. In this video, we will cover what happens when you accept a request from your driver information monitor or a smartphone app. But remember, you're required to take street hail and accessible dispatch trips. Not accepting these trips is a service refusal, just like refusing to pick someone up based on where they live or how they look. When you get to your destination, press Arrive on your monitor. Exit the car and greet the passenger by name to make sure you have the right person. Stop. Now let's try that scenario again. But this time, let's say you arrive and don't see the passenger. Here's how you should proceed if your rider is a no-show. First, call your passenger's phone number using the number on your driver information monitor. If there's no response, call your support line using the Help Call phone number on your driver information monitor. Be sure to wait the required time shown on the screen. But if your passenger doesn't come, you may still get an extra payment for your time, depending on the type of trip. Onboarding, how to open your ramp. We've covered what to do for a no-show passenger. So let's move on to what to do next after greeting and confirming it is your passenger. Next step, open the ramp. It only takes a short amount of time to complete with these simple steps. Step 1, use the car ignition key to release the shoulder belts. Step 2, hold the yellow handle on the trunk bumper to release the tailgate. Step 3, push down the headrests and fold all the seats down. Step 4, hold the lower seat straps and fold the seats forward. Step 5, use the ramp handhold to pull the ramp out. Make sure to lay it flat or stand on the ramp to flatten it. Now you're ready to help your passenger. How to onboard and secure a passenger who uses a wheelchair. Before helping your passenger into the vehicle, be sure to always ask them how they want to be helped. And only touch or push the wheelchair if the passenger requests that you do so. Now stop. When communicating with your passenger, it is very important to use respectful, person-first language that acknowledges the person first and their disability second. You can say, person who uses a wheelchair. Do not say, wheelchair passenger or wheelchair bound. Also, never say, handicapped or crippled. Always speak directly to the passenger and not to their companion or aide. Okay, now that you know the do's and don'ts of communicating with your passenger, let's move on to onboarding. Press the front retractor release button. Then, pull out the front floor securements. Remember that not all wheelchairs are the same. Always secure the hook to the frame and never to the footrest, armrest, or the wheels. It is okay to ask the passenger where to place the securements. Hook the front floor securements to a solid part on the frame of the wheelchair. This keeps the wheelchair and passenger safe and secure. Now that your securements are attached correctly, let's move on. If the passenger asks for help, roll the wheelchair up the ramp. Always stand behind the wheelchair. Once the passenger is safely inside the vehicle, ask the passenger to lock their brakes, if the wheelchair has brakes. Some wheelchairs do not have brakes, so make sure you're extra careful when attaching the securements. Press the front retractor release button. Next, hook the rear floor securements to the back frame of the wheelchair. The securements should make a 45-degree angle with the floor. To make sure the wheelchair is secure, ask the passenger to unlock the wheelchair brakes and ask if you can gently push and pull on the wheelchair to make sure the securements are tight. Then, ask the passenger to lock the brakes. Remember to tell the passenger what you are doing or let them test the securements themselves. Now that the wheelchair is secure, take the lap belt out of storage and attach it to the rear floor securements. Before attaching the shoulder belt to the lap belt, ask permission before you reach across the passenger. After you ask, connect the shoulder and lap belt. Remember to let the passenger buckle themselves and help if the passenger requests it. It's very important to tell the passenger what you are doing so they know what to expect. Finally, lift and fold the ramp to vertical position until the tailgate latches. Shake the gate slightly to make sure it's locked. Then close the doors. And now you're ready to go. Ask for the destination if you don't already have it, and start the trip. Remember, you should only start the meter once the passenger is safely secured in the vehicle. Now for some key tips. Always say what you're doing to the passenger before you do it. This is an easy way to give great customer service, and it makes a difference. Know your vehicle's equipment, and don't be afraid to ask about the passenger's mobility equipment. Remember, the passenger is the expert with their wheelchair, just as you are the expert with the equipment in the vehicle. Don't rush. Make sure you go through each step so that the passenger is safe and secure. During the trip, be sure to drive safely, because the passenger will feel any sharp turns or bumps taken too quickly. Use all 4 floor securements and the lap belt and shoulder belts to make sure the passenger and wheelchair are safe and secure. Complete these steps for every passenger and wheelchair. Now, let's look at how to onboard a passenger who transfers into a vehicle seat. Some people who use wheelchairs may want to sit inside the vehicle, and it is their right to do so. Other passengers may use walkers. If you're picking up a passenger who uses a walker or who would like to transfer from their wheelchair into a vehicle seat, follow these steps. Start by asking if and how the passenger needs help. But be sure not to touch or take the walker or wheelchair without asking. Next, guide the passenger to the back seat and offer your arm to support them while they move to the seat. Remember, some passengers may need help getting into the vehicle, while others can do so on their own. Always ask the passenger how best to help them. Next, ask if the passenger needs you to help them with the seatbelt. Then, ask where they want you to put their wheelchair or walker. And be careful when storing it. Remember, when you are driving a non-wheelchair accessible vehicle, you can still pick up passengers who use wheelchairs. Many passengers can transfer from their wheelchair and into a vehicle seat, so don't refuse passengers using wheelchairs, even if you are driving a non-accessible vehicle. Dropping off a passenger who uses a wheelchair. When you get to your destination, stop your meter. Then, do all the steps you did before to secure the passenger, but in the reverse order. Remember, you should stop the meter when you get to the destination, even if you are not getting the payment until the passenger is safely out of the vehicle. First, hold the yellow handle on the rear bumper. Lower the bumper, then lower the ramp. Disconnect the shoulder and lap belts. And detach the lap belt from the rear floor securement. Ask the passenger to engage the brakes before removing the rear floor securements. If they need help with the brakes, be sure to help them. Next, unhook the rear floor securements and store them in the side compartments. Then, press the front retractor release button to release the front floor securements. Ask the passenger to release the brakes and help them if they need it. Then, carefully guide the passenger down the ramp. One more time, ask the passenger to engage the brakes before removing the front floor securements. If they need help with the brakes, be sure to help them. Ending the trip. Now you're ready to end your trip. After helping the passenger out of the vehicle, position them near the credit card machine. If there is bad weather outside, Ask the passenger if they want to pay before leaving the car. Next, ask the passenger how they will pay. If they're paying with a credit card, ask if they need help with payment. It is your responsibility under TLC rules to help passengers pay. Next, ask the passenger if they would like a receipt. Then, ask the passenger if they would like additional assistance. Finally, lift the seats and headrests back to their upright position. Push the ramp back in. Lift the bumper back up. Put your securements and belts in a secure place. Press the front retractor release button so the light goes on. And close the back doors. Don't forget to reconnect the seatbelt in the back seat. Now you're ready to move on to your next trip. You now know how to properly pick up and drop off passengers with disabilities. This process will help you save time and money. As you become more comfortable with all the steps, it should take you only a few minutes to complete. Happy driving.
Alright, my question to you guys, anyone need assistance with this here? Like how to operate this right here? Because once you leave here next 3 years, so you don't want to make yourself look like a fool outside just in case. Don't be shy, don't be shy. You gotta learn. Anybody need any help? Huh? Good. Good? Alright. Let's see. Alright, so we got good news today. You're leaving right now. Yes. Now call your name. Who's your man? Yes. Come on, sign. Sophie, your mom. First one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right, drive safe. Become safe. Sophie, the next one is Waka Ahmed. And Sally Shajali. Yeah. Mama Finger. Vila. Yes. Samia. Oh, it's going wrong? Yeah. Oh, so what are you missing now? So it's for Belal? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna go. Very good. Next one is Samia. Yeah, you can leave right now. Once you don't have no questions. Thank you for choosing. Yeah, you can leave. Once you sign, you can leave. Okay. Once you have no questions, because after here, that's it. You sign?
Yeah.
All right. So drive safe. Check safe. Or
this one. Live with David.
Bucci, Kwame Bucci, Peter's Gary.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
In here?
Yeah, you can leave the books there. I will take it.
Nothing
Right
else.
here, Bucci, right?
Excuse
No,
me.
yeah.
Oh, Gary, yeah, you just sign one. So,
I will go home.
you could go home, no, right here. Nice, put it up. Thank you. Right here. Bucci, right?
Oh, it's only one day, right? Tomorrow.
No, you're done.
Only one
You're
day.
done. Next 3 years.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, drive safe.
Yeah.
You signed, right?
Yes, already.
All right. What's that in your hand? In my book?
The book handle.
Why you think my book, bro?
Yeah.
I didn't keep that one. I'm messing with you. All right, come. Who we dealing with? Katia, Abel, Taha, Amir. And D is 1. So what's your name? Taha, Amir, there's this one right here. Yeah. You, my friend, Adele, right? Yeah. Nice. So Adele, you want to put a thing right here in the box. You deal with, thank you, sir. Drive safe. Thank you for choosing AA Driving Center. Talis.
Yes.
Diaz Ismailos. Diaz? Diaz is right here. Thank you, sir. Enjoy. Thank you, choosing AA. Talis Jacob. You got that? Put it in this box right here. All right. Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Is Mel? All right, you sign right here, and then you next, right? Yeah, straight on, left.
Okay.
Yeah, keep that in your records. That's your receipt.
I don't have to do nothing more?
No.
Everything you can do.
Pertaining to this, we in charge of it. We will do it for you.
Okay.
Okay? But check the tomorrow, check the uploading. Remember, I'll show you the upload stuff, and it will show you everything what's going on, your status, everything.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
We are waiting for Boston, waiting to.
Oh, that's okay.
I have one question. Like, I have lost the old car and I just bought the new car. I just need information how, what is the procedure, how we can change the, where I go for change the vehicle, like, first I have a DMC 15 model, now I bought the 23. What?
I'm a little confused. You're trying to change your vehicle?
Yeah. From, I want to transfer the plates from old car to new car.
Oh, so you're gonna take TLC plate and put it in a new TLC plate?
Yeah.
You want to find a location where to go?
Yeah.
1 second. We call my director. I'll get all the information. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, first what I do and then what is the next procedure. Yeah, first I have Toyota Camry and now I buy the 23 Toyota Camry. Yeah, that's all.
Motor?
Yeah.
That's what's up, congrats. So you want to take a fair there, right?
Yeah.
Let me call him and ask you. I think I have it. Jimmy, try again one more time.
Let me use the bathroom.
Yeah, use the bathroom. Let me see.
Are you done?
in the New York license, you say people non-driver TNC, like do not have a TNC license. Regular people, they can drive HLB car, like a black car, or
Oh, if you have a TLC license?
without, but for use it as like going some place, you know, going park the car, go, like there's no pickup passenger. Like,
So you can pick up, you say?
like the middle right side.
Oh, it's not Boston.
Okay.
Hey, Ryan. Mr. Ryan, yeah, okay. Sorry to disturb you. I have a quick question with a student here, right? He was saying, he has an old TLC vehicle and he bought a new vehicle and wanted to transfer the plates from the old to the new. Who do we have to go to talk to? Or location? Yeah, it looks so because it's like a sir. All right, so would you like to tell us, that you want to change the keeper?
No, I got like 2 months.
Oh, 2 months ago?
Yeah, I received the description on the new, and now I got that because my car is engine is not
Oh, okay, so you switch. So, Mr. Ryan, you want me to your specific, you give him a proper explanation? All right, 1 second. Come talk to my boss. His name is Mr. Rhea. All right?
Yes, sir.
Your name?
My name is Gopal.
Lokar.
Yes, actually, like 2 months ago, I bought this video vacancy, and first I have the 15 quarter vacancy, the on CRC number plate. I just want that where I go and what I do for transfer my the number plate, the CRC number plate, because I want that I want to the CRC number plate now 23. Okay. But I had already had a description for the new one. Do I need gain a new description for 2023? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay.
You swap in the plate to the from the old car to the new car, if you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do that. So the new car you had plates already, New York plates. So are you going to take care of the old car?
Okay. Both I want to do the both transfer. Because the old car I want to
Okay, so you still want to drive the old car, but use the new car TLC?
no, the old car not more than just regular car.
The old car? Yeah, that's what you need to own for your personal stuff. And the new 2023 is for the TLC. Right, so that's what he was explaining to you with the place. All right, so Yeah, it's all like a flash. Nice. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, he said thank you so much. Yeah. Tell him I did because he was frustrated. So I said, no for you. You have any questions for me, sir?
My son, someone use
Yes, son, use your car? Yes, sir.
my account, yeah,
Real, hold on, hold. That's what I hold one second. Let's see if I need assistance with it, right? The main is for you. All right, here.
I can't take this,
Right. Mm-hmm.
okay? I have the rest of it. My son is 19 years old.
Yeah,
He
yes,
didn't
sir.
have a test, he had a bad on this. But I tell him not to use the car, you know, be careful, move it,
Right.
get it safe,
Mhm.
take it.
Yeah, with all that on license.
He told me the New York law allow to drive the car as long as you don't pick up passenger. So TLC was supposed to give him a ticket.
They give you a ticket?
No, I don't have a ticket. But I'm saying that this one corrected this new now.
All right, so let me ask him right now. Let me ask him right
So
now.
you can use the car, like you know, go around the block.
Yeah, I know, right. So walking in. All right, let me find out right now. Mr. Riyad. All right. I have a next a driver. He said he has a vehicle, a TLC vehicle, and his son is using it like to do like personal stuff. Is it possible his son to use it on a regular getting license? Okay. Take a hundred for six. Right. Understand. 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 So you understand now? So you have to go for the insurance and add your son and let them know he's not a TLC driver, he's just a regular driver. He just want to use it for regular purposes, personal purposes. Alright? Just call the insurance and add them and you will be good. Alright? Appreciate that. Alright. Yeah, Mr. Birchwood, appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Alright, you too. Alright, yeah. This one said, Okay.